All right. What's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Let's jump into this. All right. We're starting a new series in Kerbal here. This is part one of building a small sat launch vehicle and launch complex for it in KSP. I've done projects like this before. I'm doing it in the engineering mode save for anybody that's curious, which is basically just unlimited budget, reverts, etc., etc. I want to actually went onto my bookshelf over there that the behind the scenes camera is on. My behind the scenes camera. It's over there. And I got out my systems engineering handbook. We're gonna dive into this. We're gonna get into building a new launch vehicle for reasons. Whether we use it or not, I don't know. I have some ideas, I have some plans about what I want to do and my expectations for this project. Oh, wait a minute. I have the wrong hat on for this. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. There we go. Much better. How was my night, Redbeard? It was good. So yeah, I have some ideas about what I want to do here with this vehicle, and basically what I want to do is go through all of our requirements and like vehicle requirements and stakeholder expectations to show, albeit in KSP, what this vehicle is designed to do. I also want to build out the launch complex for it as well. And somebody doesn't have their load secured down on Starbase Live. Jeez. I also want to go through let me get out of that window. I want to go through like expectations and show, you know, you want to build a launch vehicle in KSP, you want to build a launch system, you want to build, you don't want to just put it down on a pad and hit the go button and then steer the dang thing into space, right? You know, fly the whole thing up into space and kind of go from there. I want to show basically the end-to-end process for building out a vehicle and go from there. I'm not sure how long this is going to take. Might be 20-part series, might be a 70-part series. I don't know. We'll see. There are some challenges associated with this. Sounds like a practice run for mission mode, but without mission mode rules. I don't know what you're talking about. So, that's where we're going to go with this. Let's get to it. How dare YouTube not recommend me this for 12 minutes? So, Lego Star Trek is a thing. All right. Are we using any mods? If the motor burns methane, I could be your resupply station. What do you mean passing? Yeah, nothing short of maybe the mods that we have now. All right, let me get the tunage going and let's get into this. All right. So, what I want to do is build out a vehicle that can be assembled out on a launch pad. It can be assembled out on a launch pad, stacked, turned upright, if that's what we want to do, and launched. I want to build a reusable launch complex, fueling
this is space.
tank farms, Ewok. You should get Firefly for better re-entry visuals. Maybe. And yeah, that's what I want to do with this. Let's just turn down KSP so we don't blow somebody's eardrums out. Hey Logan Drums, what's up, dude? Wait, why do you have 2 launch pads? That's Kerbal Constructs. Back in the day, when I was getting ready to, after I stopped playing mission mode, after I failed, I looked at other ways. One of the big problems that I had was that too many launch pads, like if I wanted multiple launch complexes, they were all too close to each other. So this way gives us launch pads that are, this basically gives us another launch pad and another flat area for building launch complexes. So, yeah, that's useful. Like if I wanted a launch complex over here and the one over here, these should be far enough away to not be a problem. Or if I have some type of launch complex over here, I can land stuff on the runway and not have to worry about it rendering. I think that was my kind of rationale behind this. But yeah, this is Kerbal Constructs and stuff. And I also built an extension out here to be able to place down another tile if we need to. Kerbal Constructs just basically let you place down the buildings that are part of these centers if you really want to. I put another launch pad out here, but I'm not going to use that pad. I put the pad out there. But yeah, I'm after the flat terrain. That's what I want. Kerbal Constructs I've had installed in a good, like, yeah, I've had that installed. Yeah, so that's where we're gonna go with this. And yeah, here we go. So the idea here is to kind of get back into the groove of building out the architecture for a potential starting mission mode save. That's the whole point. The whole point is to kind of reaffirm myself with how you do this and how to build out a complex, etc., etc. Oh, I don't want to commit to doing this, but I'm going to. I want this launch vehicle to be automated. There, I said it. What do I know about coding? Nothing. This should be fun. I can build a small sat launcher and its launch complex. That ain't no problem. I can do that. What I can't do is automate all that. And if we want to, I think if we want to do another mission mode, I think automation and software for the launch vehicles could be especially useful. If that's the case, use MechJeb. No. No. I don't want to black box a guidance system. That's not a good idea. You mentioned before about a curated streams with the dev from KSA. Anything on the books for when that's going to be, or is it just to be determined? I know when it's going to be. I don't know if they want to let you know when it's going to be, Geek. It's on the books, but I don't know when it is. You understand? First things first, we need to set you up with GitHub, install Git, and learn how version control works. No. Let's build the vehicle today. No, I got this. So, we're gonna get... I'll build out hardware today. So, Oridon at a 67-month resub, and Muffin, 73-month resub. Thank you. Something like that, Hellfish. So, let's get into some vehicle requirements here. What do I want this small sat launcher to do? This is huge if you're trying to build like kind of a dedicated launch vehicle in KSP, okay? It's really important to nail down exactly what you want this vehicle to do. What are you trying to do? What's this thing supposed to do? So here's my stakeholder expectations as defined. 1, I want 1 ton to low Kerbin orbit. 1 ton payload to 100 by 100 kilometers circular orbit around Kerbin. That's what I'm aiming for with this, okay? I'm thinking a 2-meter fairing. No, maybe not a 2-meter fairing. What is the smaller core size? Give me one moment. I forgot what diameter the FLT 400 fuel tanks are. It's, what is it, 1.87? 1.875. 2-meter fairing. Yep, so we could fit 1.875 size stuff in there. So I want a 2-meter fairing. We need to be able to move 1 ton into Kerbin. I want a 2-stage launch vehicle, and this launch vehicle needs to be assembled on a launch pad. So that means we're going to need a HIF. That means we're going to need some type of transporter erector if we choose to do it that way, or some type of integration mechanism to be able to move that. We also need transport vehicles. Where's the pad? How are we getting to it? How are we getting vehicles to it? Right? We are going to need to diagram out fuel trucks, right? If we want to do that. We got to diagram out, well, not if. We're going to do that. How much fuel do we want on the pad at any given moment? Do we want enough to launch 1 rocket? Do we want enough to launch 2? Will this rocket be used in quick succession? Is it designed to be used a lot? Yes and no. We'll see. Right? Hey, industry, what's going on? That's a big fairing for 1 ton? Well, the idea here is that I want 1 ton to low Kerbin orbit, Jim, but I also want I want the space to be able to put stuff in there. So I'm thinking a 2-meter probably by 2-meter wide by maybe 3-meter tall fairing. Like that's the cylindric section of the fairing, and then a nose cone obviously at the front. The reason why is because when we had Imahara, I made a 1.875 fairing. So I was forced to make 0.675 probes. I want a little bit of a wider fairing option for this from the start. It'll make it easier for when we go to play mission mode. When we go to play mission mode, it'll make it easier to make customer payloads. I'm just wondering how you got your facility bigger. Kerbal Constructs is the name of the mod for that mill. This explains why I saw drones come a week ago. Were we gonna see an A2A kill of the coast? NORAD will conduct a live fire defense exercise, Falcon Virgo, off the coast of Florida between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. The exercise will take place between PSJ and Melbourne. This is a routine exercise designed to practice air sovereignty. The continental U.S. NORAD region will direct the exercise, which will involve an F-16 fighter aircraft. Some parts of the exercise may be visible from the ground. I think that qualifies as visible from the ground. Yeah, I think that's I think that qualifies as that. Pretty cool, man. Neat. I missed last night's stream. You sound better from the last I heard you. I'm good. Electron fairing is 1.2 meters, and that's like 300 kilogram max. Okay, so that's Peter Beck's rocket. This is not Peter Beck's rocket. This is EJ's rocket. I was just checking out your webpage from your links, and the top online button is not lit. I'll let Drummer know. Oh yeah, I was just saying 2 meters seems like a great size for 1 ton. Oh, okay. I was like, basically, what do you mean? So, that's Rocket Lab's rocket. What are you talking about? I want all liquid fuel, Nova. We might be able to supplement it with SRBs if we ultimately do that. The thing is integrating SRBs is tough. That's hard to do. So, let's get to it. So we're looking for a vehicle that can do 1 ton into Leo. Now, I gotta remember what engines we have unlocked in early mission mode. I know we have the 30 and the 45. I'm thinking about how I want this thing to go together. Are we building new stuff? This is building new stuff, yes. Will you make a landable first stage rocket like Falcon 9 with code in the future? Let's build this right now and worry about the future later. Okie dokie? Are you using Kerbal attachment in this playthrough? If I end up needing it, yes. So, let's start out with... what is the cheapest probe that we have? That's 1400. That's 450. I want something with no... The Octo 2, those have reaction wheel torque. I do not want something with reaction wheel torque. I don't need that. Why do these have reaction wheel torque? That makes no sense. I was just wondering if you would use winches for transport vehicles. I'll think about it. I think about it. All right, let's go here. Let's start off with a cubic octag. Okay, 1 ton small sat launch vehicle. Modified 9925. I don't mind calling it that, to be honest with you. Okay. Launch vehicle mastercraft file. All right. let's start prototyping this out. So let's load up something we have not loaded up in a very long time. The Delta V map for KSP. Feels good to open that up again. Haven't done that in a good while. Oh, we had no signal for a second. That's great. Wonder why that happened. Really wish that it wouldn't. Hey Charles, still glad you're up and streaming. Your streams bring you so much knowledge. Come and makes the world make sense. Oh, thanks, man. All right, so let's take a look here. What are our expectations? So for a launch vehicle to make it to low Kerbin orbit, that's an 80-kilometer circular orbit. We're going to need 3,400 meters a second delta V. So what is delta V? Just in case anybody's wondering, I'll bring everybody up to speed here. Let me open up a new text file here. Math. All right, let me just bring up a new file in OBS here, and we're going to go outline, select color outline, black outline. Math. That's just so everybody can see it. All right, so the delta V equation is like this. And so let me bring everybody up to speed. What is the delta V equation? Delta V stands for change. Delta is the mathematical symbol for change, right? And V equals velocità. You got to put an O in there, idiot. All right, so if you have dV like that, it's your change in velocity, right? Yeah, I know. You still with me? Still with me? So in math, right? Well, you know, you can have delta anything. You know, if you want, for instance, if you have delta P equals change in pressure, right? Now, why are we worried about changes in velocity? What's that? What is that a thing for, right? Why does that make any sense? Who cares, right? What are we talking about here? So, a lot of you guys, I haven't done a lesson like this in a little while, so a lot of you guys don't know, right? So, all right, let me bring everybody up to speed. So with delta V, okay, that is basically change in velocity is the name of the game with spacecraft range. Spacecraft, how far a spacecraft can go in space is not really measured in distance. It's not like the range of a car, right? This car on a full tank of gas, you can go 106 miles to Chicago. Hit it, right? Like, it doesn't work like that. Spacecraft range is measured in how fast you can go. It's part of the reason why I like space flight, because things that go into space are the fastest things around. The fastest that humans have gone, period, is in space. In the Apollo 10 mission coming back from the moon, because they had a high perihelion around the moon. Or not perihelion, high periloon. If that made no sense, don't worry about it. I'll explain it. All right. So, we're looking for delta V here. On that delta V map, let me pull it up. On this delta V map, these numbers represent the amount of change in velocity that you need, right? The amount of change in velocity that you need to get somewhere in the Kerbin solar system. There is a delta V map like this for real life. It's a little bit different. The numbers are a lot bigger. Okay, and you know, obviously there's the moon and Mars and Jupiter, etc., etc. Now in Kerbal, we have a couple of different planets, right? And there's a couple of moons for a couple of different planets. So you start on Kerbin, obviously. So this is depicted as a subway map, which is kind of funny. But that is how it is, because we start on Kerbin. And, you know, if you want to go to other planets, you have to go into an orbit around the sun, right? And that's what this is. This is heliocentric. Heliocentric is a really cool aerospace way of saying you're in orbit around the sun. All right, remember that. Heliocentric. Now, this is kerbocentric, right? Kerbocentric means you're around Kerbin. So we need 3,400 meters a second delta V to be able to get into an 80 kilometer by 80 kilometer circular orbit. Now, keep in mind that 80 kilometer number can change. Not the 80 kilometer number. The amount of delta V can change, even though you're going into a similar type of orbit. Your inclination depends a lot on like how tilted your orbit is. Depends a lot on this, but I won't get into too much detail there just yet. We'll go through orbital mechanics in a moment. Right? So 3,400 is the magic number, give or take. We want a rocket that can accelerate to 3,400 meters a second. It can change its velocity by 3,400 meters a second with 1 ton of payload attached to it. Okay? That's important to understand, so just keep that in the back of your head, all right? Now, does that mean that orbital velocity around Kerbin is 3,400 meters a second? Well, no, it doesn't. Right? There's this thing you got to do to get up there. You got to fly out of the atmosphere. That does create some atmospheric drag, right? So when you're taking off or landing on a planet that has an atmosphere in it in spaceflight, this doesn't matter if it's Earth, it doesn't matter if it's Kerbin, it doesn't matter if it's the Moon, Mars, Duna, which is the Mars equivalent in KSP. If you're doing something like that, you always have to take into account atmospheric perturbations. That's what they're called. Basically, the atmosphere is in the way. You got to get around it. And when I say go around it, then that's pretty much what I mean, right? If we go over here, not a lot of people know that Kerbin actually has a manual. Kerbal actually has a manual here. So let's go into rocketry. We can get into that more later. Let's get into orbital basics, right? So, getting up there particularly, right? Now, you have to go up out of the atmosphere, and then you have to accelerate, okay? Orbital velocity around Kerbin at 100 kilometers is about 2,300 meters a second in change. That's provided that your orbit is more or less circular, okay? So, you need to get up there, and then you need to accelerate. The same is the case in real life as it is in KSP. This happened. This is what you got to do. You got to go up, and then you got to go that way, right? But you're not going to do it like that, right? You're going to fly on a parabolic trajectory, like this. So you're going to start upwards, right? And then you're going to slowly turn over. And as you turn over, the steepness of this curve goes down. So eventually you're flying parallel to the surface. Ideally, you want to hit where that arrow is. You want to hit 2,300 meters a second, right where that arrow is. That's really important. You want to circularize basically right when you get up to where you need to be, right? So you need 3,400 meters a second to do something like this, give or take. All right, we got to think about that. Now, to stay up there, you got to keep accelerating or else you're going to come back down. I'm pretty sure everybody understands this. You need to go a certain speed to get up there, and you need to go a certain speed to fall around Kerbin to stay up there. All right, getting back down is quite actually the reverse of this. But in the same way that the atmosphere is going to hamper us on the way up, right? The atmosphere can help you on the way down. It'll slow you down. The thing is, though, it's going to slow you down, but what is it going to do? It's going to generate a lot of heat. You're going to generate a lot of heat because you're quite actually hitting the air molecules in the atmosphere fast enough to compress them so freaking hard that they actually rip apart. You are ripping apart the atmosphere. You're tearing a hole in the atmosphere every time you come through re-entry. Don't get me wrong. That's saying you're tearing a hole in the atmosphere. It doesn't mean that it's going to tear and it's going to stay like that. It would be like if you chucked a rock into the water really, really fast. For a split second, that rock is going to penetrate the water and it's going to have an air pocket behind it, and it'll immediately collapse, right? If you ever watch videos of people like shooting guns in water, right? You have a huge air expansion and then it collapses. Re-entry kind of works like that. It's kind of similar. Similar idea. Hydrodynamics is not aerodynamics, though. One is pneumatic, the other is hydraulic. One's with water and the other one isn't. So, we need to fly on a parabolic trajectory. We need 3,400 meters a second delta V. So, how do you calculate delta V with a rocket? All right. Let's load up math. All right. So, the delta V formula is as follows. Let me just make sure I remember this. ISP times G. So the specific impulse of your rocket times the gravitational constant, natural log MI, or we'll just say M1 or M0 behind it. All right. So this formula right here, if you want to get into rocket science and you want to learn, you need to know this. If this looks too complicated, well, that's the simplest formula in rocket science, like one of the simplest ones. That is the formula. That to rocket science is what 2 + 2 = 4 is to math. You have to know this. Everybody needs to know this. This is important. I was promised no reading or math. Be quiet. All right, so what are these numbers? Oh, of course, I made a syntax error like 2 seconds into this. There you go. All right. So what do these numbers mean? You know what delta V means, all right? Delta V, change in velocity. So what's this one? Right there. What is that number? What is that? What is ISP? What does that mean? So ISP is the mathematical not numeral, character, I guess, for specific, what's called specific impulse. All right. So if you look at an engine in KSP, any engine, it doesn't matter. They all do this. They have what's called a specific impulse. Engine ISP right here. Now, short story of this. How efficient it's the specific impulse is how efficient this thing actually burns its fuel. Specific impulse is measured in burn time. It's measured in seconds. If you want the really quick answer, the higher the specific impulse, the more efficient the motor is. That's all. How do you calculate specific impulse? Well, you basically have to figure out what's called the total impulse of the engine. Total impulse of the engine is basically like how long you're going to burn with a certain amount of fuel, an oxidizer, right? And what speed. Total impulse is derived from, a couple of things. Exhaust velocity has a lot to do with it, and it's derived from something else called mass flow rate. So m dot and TSP, I think it's TSP. Or no, I think total impulse is different. I think total impulse is, I forget. I'd have to go look. Anyway, what this means, what specific impulse means in plain English is how efficient the rocket is. If you don't really care about the math or the science behind it, the plain English way of saying it is how fast can you shoot that propellant out and how efficient can you burn it. That's all. Simple, right? How efficiently can you blow this thing up and how efficiently can you shoot it in that direction? Pretty straightforward stuff. So, specific impulse is the efficiency of a rocket engine. It is basically akin to miles per gallon in an automobile. So 300 seconds is like 30 miles to the gallon or something. It's pretty dang efficient, right? Well, ish, right? So you have to take into account your engine's efficiency when you're calculating delta V, right? Could you answer me later when you get to when we get the current topic straight? Yeah. What's up? All right. Actually, I'll stop. If you guys have questions, just let me know. Is this pertinent to subject matter? What's up? I have a question. When we throttle at max Q, would we still throttle if we would start at 4-kilometer altitude on a mountain? Because we throttle around 12-kilometer altitude till we are at 17. And if we are 4-kilometer higher, we would be at 16 kilometers instead of 12. And then we wouldn't need to throttle. And you'd be so slightly above max Q, but never need to throttle. Yes and no. Yeah, you'd probably gain a little bit of efficiency doing that right there. Launching from on top of a mountain, Misphere. Sure, absolutely. Would you need to throttle back? It kind of depends. Depends. What's the specific impulse of your first stage? What's your thrust to weight ratio at liftoff? All this stuff kind of plays into account. All the stuff you have to take into account when you launch. If you're launching from on top of the mountain, you might not have to throttle back for max Q, but you got to remember that, you said you're talking about, altitudes here. It's not necessarily about altitude, right? With a rocket. I mean, altitude pertains to atmospheric pressure and stuff, and as you get higher, your atmospheric pressure goes down because there's less atmosphere, right? Now, if you launch from on top of a mountain, you might not have to worry about max Q, but you still have to accelerate to the right speed. And you got to keep in mind that this is what I mean when I say it's not altitude, it's seconds, right? How long does a rocket really throttle back for? A couple of seconds? Falcon 9 is throttling down and then throttling its engines back up over the course of maybe 20 seconds during first stage ascent. That's not a lot. It's a negligible amount to be able to warrant trying to put a launch site. It's a negligible amount compared to the pain in the butt that it would be to try and set up a launch site on top of Mount Everest. Does that make sense? Let's take Mount Everest. That's the tallest mountain on Earth, right? Say somehow you wanted to put a launch center up there. How are you getting up there? How is it getting up there? Right? Any benefit that you would get from launching on top of a mountain, you would trade off with ground complexity of your vehicle. Because now you have to figure out a way to get this thing and its fuel and its payload and the first stage and the second stage up on top of a mountain. Why would you do that? Right? There are benefits to launching on top of a mountain. But once again, the throttle back period for maximum dynamic pressure is not very high. It's not very long. It doesn't take too long for the first stage to get up and out of the atmosphere. There's a theoretical efficiency that you could get from launching on top of a mountain, sure, because that's less time in the atmosphere. But how long does it take a rocket to really get to 4 kilometers high? Not very long. Falcon 9 gets there in probably 15, 20 seconds, maybe. I mean, we'd have to go, well, we'll find out when we watch the new Centaur launch tonight, right? It doesn't take that long to get to the altitude of a mountain, right? That's not a lot of burn time, right? Remember, in seconds, we got to think about burn time in seconds now because we're talking real rocket science. We're talking about delta V. We're talking about specific impulse. You're talking about efficiency. Don't think about it in altitudes. That's bad. You don't want to think about it like that. You want to think about it in burn time seconds, right? And you want to think about it in change in velocity. This is important to understand when you're thinking about rockets. Right? It's always a trade-off, dude. So you're right, you'd gain some efficiency from launching on top of a mountain, but the efficiency gain doesn't justify the technical obstacles of trying to make a launch site at 27,000 feet. That doesn't make any sense. How are you going to get that whole thing up there? Well, the easiest way to get the rocket up there is to launch it down here and get it up there fast and then just throttle back for max Q. Another thing to really remember, and Nuss, this is actually, your question was pretty pertinent in this regard. Another thing to really take into account is trade-offs. There's always trade-offs. Rockets are subjected to the laws of physics, just like you and I. It's subjective to the laws of thermodynamics, right? Because they exist in this plane of existence, right? Quantum rockets soon, maybe. I don't know. You know what I'm saying, right? So Because of this, you're always going to have a trade-off. In thermodynamics, you can never have your cake and eat it too, ever. I mean, that's not a law of thermodynamics, but that's the gist of it. You're fighting against entropy. You're never going to be able to get in the work that you put back out, right? There are ways around it, though. There are ways to mitigate things. And trade-offs are a way to mitigate what you're trying to do depending on what your expectations for the vehicle are, right? So in your particular case, what's the gains for launching on top of a mountain versus the losses for launching on top of a mountain? Well, the gains are that you can make a more efficient rocket that way. You wouldn't have to throttle back for max Q. So your rocket would be able to be afforded with a little bit more payload capacity than if it launched down at sea level, right? That's a plus. What's the cons? The cons are you have to build a launch complex on top of a mountain. We have trouble building anything on top of a mountain, especially on top of Everest. You know, there's no infrastructure up there except if you put on a pair of shoes, and we're not hiring Sherpas to build a launch complex on top of the tallest mountain in the world. I don't think they'd want to do that, right? I mean, it'd be kind of cool to see it. But the other thing to take into account is that you're dealing with weather conditions now. Weather conditions in a launch complex are pretty important, right? So unless you're making your rocket weatherproof to be able to launch in all different types of weather, right? It can be done. SpaceX will get to that point with Starship, I think. That's another con. It's better to launch in a place that has better weather, and it's better to launch in a place that's easier to get to. This is the reason why the US, for instance, doesn't have a launch site on Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico would be a great launch. It'd make a great launch complex there. But why move everything all the way down there? You have Florida. It's good. It's close enough. Like it's good enough. Like that's fine. It works. The weather is good enough there where you don't need to worry about it as much, right? So yeah, think about those trade-offs. That's important, right? Off topic, but JetBlue's last Embraer 190 flight is in the air right now to Boston from JFK, JBU 190. Really, Shatter. That's cool. What if you put a rocket on a plane and launch it? Well, you have trade-offs. The plane can get you to 30,000 feet, right? But you're limited by plane size. Why? Because airports are limited by plane size. Now you're getting into building a bigger runway, building a bigger airport, right? To service this gigantic plane. Right now, a 747, for instance, really is only good for launching a two-stage small sat launcher, right? Maybe, I don't know, 400 or 500 kilos, maybe a little bit more into space. You want to make that rocket any bigger, you're going to have to make a plane that can pick up a fully fueled rocket and fly it up into space, or fly it up to 40,000 feet and then let it go, right? Now you've swapped a complicated launch complex that's on top of a mountain for a complicated flying launch complex. Trade-offs, once again. See what I mean? There's a reason why everybody just kind of chooses to build a pad and a two-stage rocket, all right? With a launch pad that's near the ocean, preferably at sea level. Right? What if you put the rocket on a different rocket? See? Yeah, there you go. Now you've figured out what staging is. Congratulations. Steven, what's up? Hey man, you need to watch the video that Congress just released. It absolutely has to do with this channel's content. Look it up. A video of a UAP being shot with a Hellfire missile. No cap, bro. I'm okay, Steven. I don't really deal with UAP stuff here. That's not really my cup of tea. I teach people how rockets work. UAP stuff is really not for this channel. That's not the right content at all. Also, don't say no cap in my chat, please. Unironically. Please, man. You're making me feel old. So. Here we go. Math. So, we have specific impulse, Remember that. That specific impulse, that number's in seconds. It's the efficiency of the rocket. Now, what's G? Take a guess. Who knows this? Who doesn't know this? If you don't know what any of this means, take a guess what G is. There's this thing that rockets need to overcome to stay up there. Grapes. Yes, that's right. Good job. It's gravity. G is a gravitational constant in math, okay? What is gravitational constant? 9.81 meters a second per second, or 32 feet per second if you use, body appendage units of measurement. Nice. Right? Gnats. Yeah, you were close. So that's gravity, all right? So specific impulse, gravity. Now, this stuff over here, what's all that mean? So, this right here is natural logarithmic functions. Okay, so natural log scale. All right. Now, what does that mean? It's the natural logarithmic function of how much mass your vehicle has when it has a full tank of propellants and when it has an empty tank of propellants. Okay, M1 over M0. Okay. The relationship between these two has to do with something in rockets called mass fraction. Okay? What's mass fraction? Mass fraction is how much rocket is on your rocket and how much fuel and oxidizer is on your rocket. How much of the mass of your rocket is used to push you forward and how much of it isn't. Right? Make sense? Now, the natural log right here, ln, right? The natural logarithmic function is the scale that it takes mass fraction and it kind of divides it on a natural log. Here, I can show you. Now, if you're not too incredibly, if you're familiar with math, you probably know what natural log is. But a natural logarithm, right, is basically, see that line? The relationship between M1 and M0, if you put them into a natural log, it's basically plots 2 points on this, and the relationship of it is figured into it. That's all it's really kind of figuring out. Where on this line is your rocket out of fuel, and where on this line is your rocket full of fuel. The difference in the steepness of the line is going to get you a different answer. That's the plain English way of explaining this. That's not exactly the mathematical way of doing it, but if you didn't know what natural logarithmic function was 5 minutes ago, hopefully you have a better understanding of it. Okay, so let's do some math out, all right? Let's build a stage here, right? Let's do it. All right, so let's, I don't know, what are we gonna need for, let's say, like an upper stage, okay? Let's do that. We're gonna need a probe core, right? Now, this isn't the Wonton rocket necessarily. Then we're gonna need a tank. Our tank is going to need fuel and oxidizer, right? Obviously, right? And then an engine at the back. Okay, let's, I'll pick the Rhino engine, or the Terrier engine, excuse me. Right? Look, hey, all right, we made a stage. We made a stage in Kerbal. Hell yeah. Isn't that nice? Right? Actually, I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, just so it's not as distracting. Okay? So, now, the cool thing about Kerbal is that the developers put a delta V calculation in. If you look over here, right? This vehicle, it says that this vehicle has a kilometer a second, 1,051 meters a second change in velocity. Now, if we launch this, it's not getting to space. Remember, the magic number that we need is 3,400. Right there. That's what we're looking for. Okay? That's the magic number. But we're not going to get there. We're not getting even close to this, right? For a number of reasons, all right? One, well, we don't have enough delta V. We don't have enough delta V. Not at all. The other thing is that we don't have enough thrust to weight. Okay? TWR, right there. See that? It's down in the corner there. It's hard to see. It's 0.54, meaning that this rocket engine doesn't have enough to push this whole thing upwards when we have a full tank of gas. It's not enough force pushing down to overcome the acceleration of gravity. Thrust to weight ratio. Okay, remember that. That's another important one. Give me 1 second. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had it right. It's been a while since I've done this. So TWR equals your total amount of thrust, T, right? Capital T, that's important, because lowercase t is tons, right? Divided by the mass of the vehicle times gravitational constant, all right? So how much thrust does it make? How much mass is the vehicle? What's gravity? That relationship there will get you your answer, right? Now, once again, Kerbal does the calculations out for us, but can we do the calculations out for this? Can we do the calculations out for this? Manually? Well, yeah, sure. Of course we can. Let's make sure that that number is accurate, okay? Isn't this the spaceplane hangar? You can do this with the cameras in the spaceplane hangar, Arctic. So I always build everything in here. I build all my rockets in here. I don't build anything in the VAB. I use my VAB for putting vehicles out on the pad, and that's about it. And that's what the real VAB was used for. I was about to say NASA doesn't build rockets inside of the vehicle assembly building, but they've recently decided that they want to do SLS core stage final assembly in there, which is all right. So that's why, is that why New Glenn was slow crawling off the pad? Because the engines didn't have much strength. The thrust to weight ratio was definitely seemingly down on New Glenn. Yeah, it was a little bit less TWR than what we were expecting. It looked to be about 1.1. Now, I have my speculation and reasons as to why that happened. I've heard some pretty crazy things about that, but what I'm guessing is that they probably made it a little bit conservative on purpose. Their engines were probably tuned to be just a smidge on the conservative side. Because you don't want this whole thing blasting off the pad at high speed and potentially breaking it, right? It's just nice, easy ascent. But there were other perturbations. There were other things that happened there that Blue is going to have to really figure out. And once again, they can basically adjust their engine tuning to overcome that. I mean, that's not really the right way to say it. They need to tweak the software on New Glenn. New Glenn has the power to push off that pads really, really with a lot of force. And we know that from doing basic calculations about BE4s and what's their specific impulse and how much thrust do they make. But yes, New Glenn Flight 1 seemingly had very low thrust to weight off the pad. Now, TWR in itself is a trade-off, right? Obviously, you want enough force to be able to overcome gravity. If your TWR is 0.5, that means you're making enough thrust to move about half of this up into space, right? If you took the engine off and we made the fuel tank half the size, our TWR would go from 0.54 to 0.9. Okay, all right, not bad, not bad. But look at our delta V. We lost 250 meters a second delta V there by shortening this, right? Always a trade-off. Always. If you try to do one thing, you're going to be sacrificing another. Your job as a rocket scientist, if you want to get into this, you want to get into be an aerospace engineer, your job is to figure out exactly what you want to do and what trade-offs are right for what you're trying to do. Do you need your fuel tank bigger? Do you need your engine smaller? Does your engine make enough thrust, right? You could, the least amount of thrust to weight that you really want to take off with going off of the pad, the least amount that you can take off with is about, well, 1.01. Just enough to overcome the force of gravity. But you don't want to do that, right? The reason why you don't want to do that is because your rocket's going to burn all of its fuel down there, accelerating at a really slow speed. You generally want your rocket to get off the pad with a little more kick, right? You don't want 1.01 TWR. You don't even want 1.1 thrust to weight ratio, which means the rocket is pushing up with 1.1 times the force of gravity, right? You want really 1.2, 1.3, and in even some applications 1.4, but you don't really want to go higher than that. The reason why you don't really want to go higher than that is because if you're pushing this thing off the pad with like two times the amount of thrust to overcome gravity, 2.0 TWR, this thing's going to go off the pad really, really quickly. And you could basically accordion the vehicle, right? To get the vehicle to take off with a very high TWR, you're going to have to strengthen this whole thing. Rockets are not nearly as strong as they're made out to be. They really aren't. Starship, for instance. Starship has a 4mm tank wall thickness. 4mm. That's maybe this much. That's how thick the tank wall is on Starship. That's it, right there. Maybe the thickness of like a couple of coins stacked on top of each other. It's not a lot. Why? Why is it not a lot? Why don't you just make the tank wall thicker? Well, if you made the tank wall thicker, you're increasing your final mass or dry mass. Remember, the relationship between those two is very, very important to that logarithmic formula. That's really, really important to understand that. All right? You have to, a rocket engineer, a rocket scientist, well, a structural engineer has to figure out how strong can we make this dang thing without making it too dang heavy or too high mass. Remember, we're not talking about weight here. In rocket science, because there's no weight up in a microgravity environment, it's physics kind of at its purest. It's thrust affected onto a mass, okay? You don't have weight. The only really time you need to worry about weight with rockets is thrust to weight, TWR. And that's only for when you're taking off and really landing. TWR has a it plays a lot into ascent and descent off of celestial bodies. It also plays a lot into the characteristic energy of transfers for going from one planet to another, but we're not even that far. We won't go that far. We're not that far in with this. I gotta show you guys how this stupid thing works, before we get to that point. This stuff is kind of complicated, but it's pretty straightforward to understand. It's not as hard as people might think to understand. It's hard to do. That's the real thing here. Anybody can understand how a rocket works. It's not complicated. You have a lot of propellants in here. The rocket takes those propellants, turns them into gas, and then shoots them out the back at high speed. It's pretty straightforward stuff. The higher you can, the faster that you can shoot out gases out the back of this, the further you're going to go, right? You shoot more gas out the back of that at higher speed, you're going to go further. Like I said, pretty simple stuff. That's essentially what a rocket does. Like if you take a balloon, you inflate the dang thing and you let it go. Right? If you inflate more, you blow more into that balloon, you make the balloon bigger, right? And you let it go, it's going to have a longer flight time or a longer burn time. It's not burn time because you're not combusting anything. But that's the idea, right? So, getting back into this. This design that we have here says we're going to make 1.05 kilometer a second delta V at 0.54 TWR. Let's put that theory to the test, okay? So, let's go over here and get our mass. Now our mass, right? Here, let's start filling in the blanks for our DV formula, right? So, what's the specific impulse here? Right? The specific impulse of a Terrier engine. There's two. Wait a minute, EJ. There's two different ones here. What does that mean? Why do you have two? Well, you have 85 seconds specific impulse ASL. No, that's not age, state, language. Don't. No. No. That's at sea level. 345 seconds in a vacuum. What's the relationship of these numbers? What's the difference? What does that mean? Well, a rocket engine is going to work differently down here than it does up there. Why is that? Long story short, down here, the atmosphere gets in the way. You're shooting out gas at a really, really high rate of speed, right? But you're shooting it into atmosphere. That atmosphere gets in the way and it impedes your exhaust velocity, okay? So you can't shoot out the gases as fast because the freaking atmosphere is getting in the way. Think about it like if you're playing pool, right? And you're breaking the triangle, right? You're shooting pool. The white ball hits the thing and everything shoots out in all different directions. If you were trying to get the white ball to the other end of the pool table and scratch like I do when I play pool, right? Hitting the triangle, stuff's going to get in the way and everything's going to shoot out in all different directions. Rocket engines do that with the atmosphere. They have to push it out of the way to get those gases to shoot out at high speed, right? So your sea level performance with a rocket engine can be good or can be bad. How do you make something that more efficiently pushes stuff out of the way? Well, in real life, your nozzle design has a lot to do with it. What's the shape of that? The shape of the nozzle has a lot to do with how efficiently you do this. And that's really important to understand. See the shape here? Now, Kerbal doesn't accurately reflect this, but in propulsion design here, the shape of the nozzle, right, specifically this part past the throat of the nozzle right here, right, that part is called an expansion ratio. Basically, it's the ratio of what's the ratio of the width of the skinny part, or the radius of the skinny part comparatively the radius of the thick part. That's all. Expansion ratios are used for different applications, like sea level rocket engines versus vacuum engines. Now, rocket engines generally can accelerate gases out better up there. They're generally more efficient up there. Why? Well, there's no atmosphere in the way. But there's a trade-off here. There's a trade-off with nozzles, okay? What's the trade-off? Well, what's your trade-off? Let me get this up. So let's take a look at something like a Merlin 1D engine. All right, let's look at Falcon 9's Merlin engine. All right, take a look at that nozzle. All right. Take a look at that thing. It's a pretty stubby nozzle. Like if you look at it comparatively to the railing here, the Merlin 1D nozzle can't be... It's a very low expansion ratio. If you look at the skinny part of this versus the thick part of this, the ratio there is not very, like that's a big throat. I've actually never really noticed that the throat is so big on a Merlin 1D engine. Just on a quick side note, the expansion ratio is actually quite small. Like maybe a 2 to 3 to 1 expansion, maybe. That's not a lot, but there's a reason for that, and I'll get into it in a second. Now, once again, that thing, if you compare it to the railing on the staircase in front of it, not very big, right? That nozzle is maybe a meter tall, about 3 feet, maybe. Maybe, right? Now, let's look at a Merlin vacuum engine. Let's look at the upper stage engine for Falcon 9. This is an old picture of the Merlin vacuum. Oh, this is a really old picture. That's a Merlin vacuum engine, give or take. That's the one you see on the second stage, and the ice the solid oxygen gets all accumulated all up in here. Now, what can you tell me about that nozzle? Something a little bit different here. It's a lot wider, right? A lot wider. But something's missing here. What's missing? Well, when we watch SpaceX's footage, this thing has there's a big attached gray piece to the back of this thing. What's called a nozzle extension. There's a huge nozzle extension to this dang thing, and it's usually glowing like bright orange. Where's that here? Well, it's attachable. SpaceX does that because the nozzle for the Merlin 1D engine, you could fit inside. It's that nozzle right there is absolutely gigantic. I could stand inside of that nozzle and put my hand up and not touch the engine. That thing is freaking-gantic. It's like maybe like 3 or 4 meters tall. Huge. Very, very big. Why? Why is this? Why is the Merlin 1 engine so, why is that one, the 1D, the Falcon 9 first stage engine, why is that so stubby, and why is that one so big? Well, remember what I said. Engines up there generally perform more efficiently. The reason why they can perform more efficiently, right, is because there's no atmosphere in the way. You're free to just shoot out gas out the back of this engine as much as you want. But here's the thing. That works for you and against you here. You could shoot out gases out the back of this as much as you want, but do they go in the correct direction? Load up paint. So you have an upper stage engine right here, like that Merlin, the Merlin vacuum motor, right? Right? And then you have your tinier engine right here, the Merlin 1D, right? At sea level, the atmosphere does get in the way, and that is a pain in the butt, all right? But that makes it so your gases go in one direction. They'll be dead soon, freaking kangaroos. Your gases are basically accelerate in one direction. Now, why? Why do they do that? Well, because there's atmosphere to hold it. There's atmospheric pressure here, right? The air you're breathing now, 14.7 psi of atmosphere. So you have to push the atmosphere out of the way, but the atmosphere also serves as a way to keep the gases going in one direction. If you look at the exhaust coming out of a Merlin 1 on that test stand, look, it's like a column. It's pretty straight, right? I mean, it kind of hourglasses a little bit, which is super cool. The atmosphere actually pushes the gases in on each other. If you look, they go out and they're kind of converging, but it stays more column-like, right? It's more of a straight line. If you took this exact same engine and you did that up in space, right? You did that up in space where there's no atmospheric pressure, you're going to go shoot these gases out and they're not going to do this, right? That's not going to happen because there's zero pressure. Nothing. There's nothing to really kind of denote where those gases are going. So some of these gases will get shot out and they'll go like this. They'll just get shot out in all different directions. They'll have some of the velocity to make them go in that direction, but well, you can accelerate the gas out of these engines quicker, right? It's basically like putting your thumb over a garden hose. It's going to shoot out in all different directions. So, to overcome that problem, upper stage engines usually carry a longer nozzle and a bigger expansion ratio. So, remember, the expansion ratio is the difference between here and here, okay? Upper stage engines carry a lot longer nozzle. The reason why is because you're shooting out all this stuff, and if you're shooting out propellants that way and that way, that doesn't help get the rocket to go that way, all right? Gas is shooting out tangentially 90 degrees off of the forward axis of the vehicle is not going to get you anywhere. That's going to get you moving sideways. You don't want that. You want the gases to go out this way. So a longer nozzle is needed to get your gases to, as best as they can, go out like this. Right? The longer nozzle basically keeps the gases accelerating in that direction and prevents them from going this way and that way. A first stage engine doesn't need to worry about that because the atmosphere does it for it. Now, once again, first stage engines do have specific impulse increase at higher altitudes. Your efficiency goes up, but you're losing a lot of performance there because your gases are shooting this way. This is why when we watch Falcon 9s, you see the jellyfish sometimes. Jellyfishing. You see the jellyfish. That's a really good time to see how that second stage nozzle is working. The really long Merlin vacuum nozzle is working to keep those gases going in one direction, because you have to shoot gases in the opposite direction that you're trying to go, right? If you want to go that way, you got to shoot gases that way, right? That's really important. I mean, this isn't a trick question. This isn't riddles. If you want to go that way, you need to shoot gases that way. It's not rocket science. That's just equal and opposite reactions in physics. That's very straightforward stuff, right? So upper stage engines tend to be more efficient because they have a different expansion ratio. That's what's called vacuum optimized. I know engineers are great at coming up with very, very creative names. Vacuum optimization. Now, Kerbal doesn't really show that. It doesn't really do that. This engine is insanely efficient for its nozzle size. That expansion ratio is not exactly realistic for the amount of efficiency that motor makes in KSP, but once again, a lot of these engines have what's called a gameplay trade-off, right? This Terrier engine is absolutely an upper stage engine. Its nozzle, if you're looking at an 85 second to 345 second vacuum differential specific impulse in between up there and down here, the nozzle expansion would be way bigger. It'd be out here somewhere. But Kerbal abstracts that because it's a game, right? Hey, Builder, 36-month resub. Check out this new link from T-Money. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna basically show exactly what I'm trying to say. There you go. See, that's an upper stage engine, or an upper stage nozzle extension. Compare and contrast to that. This whole Merlin 1D engine could fit inside of that nozzle extension. How do I know? Well, there's one sitting behind it over there. See? You could cup the entire first stage engine inside of the second stage nozzle. Pretty crazy, right? Thank you for that picture. Hey, don't touch it. Don't touch it. I told you. Look, can't you read? Don't make me tap the sign. Look. Don't touch it. It says it right there. So, yeah, there you go. So now we know a little bit more about specific impulse and how that all works between vacuum optimized engines and sea level optimized engines. But if you're keen about this, you're thinking about it, it's like, wait a minute, why not just make an engine that works good down there and up here? Well, once again, that's all about application here, okay? If you're building a two-stage rocket, there's really no need to make an engine, to make your second stage engine perform well down here. There's no need for that. Why would you do that? That doesn't make any... Why? Second stage engine shouldn't be down here when it's firing, so why bother? So have a vacuum optimized second stage engine and have a sea level optimized first stage engine. Or you could do what some companies do and make an engine that's really optimized for performance at 10 to 20,000 feet. That happens. The reason why they do that is because that's where the rocket's going to be most of the time. I'll bet you the Merlin 1D does something like this. I'll bet you its expansion ratio isn't perfectly optimized for sea level operations. It's probably designed for the altitude. It's probably optimized for the altitude range where Falcon 9 does most of its engine burns, which is up there. Make sense? You can tweak everything with this. Now, you can't do it in KSP, but yeah, you get the idea. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't engines that can be good at doing both of these things. An Aerospike engine is good at doing that. An Aerospike engine is a bunch of little tiny rocket engines basically shooting inward at this. Well, if you have a nozzle that's bell-shaped and you flip it like that, there's your Aerospike, right? It's an inverted rocket engine. Now, with this design, you never have to worry about, you don't really have to worry about the atmosphere screwing around with your rocket exhaust, because your rocket exhaust is being shot inward at each other and it hits this spike what's called a toroidal spike, and it shoots out at the tip of the spike the same way, no matter what the atmospheric pressure is. So aerospike engines are good for an application where you need a rocket engine that's down at sea level going all the way up into space. So like a single stage to orbit, SSTO. So basically something that flies all the way up into space. An aerospike would be a good motor for that. There's another engine that's not an aerospike that has a conventional kind of what's called a de Laval nozzle, a convergent divergent nozzle. Basically, it looks like the whole engine looks like an hourglass. Most regular rocket engines, that's a de Laval nozzle. So you have your combustion chamber, you have your throat, which is the skinny part, and then you have the nozzle, which is the wide part, right? There is a certain design here that is really good. It's still in use today. It's really good at working up here and down here with the conventional nozzle design. We have an analog for it in KSP. Hint, it comes off of one of my favorite launch vehicles. Shuttle engine, baby. That's what makes the space shuttle engine so ridiculously good. And that's why, despite how people think, that's why SLS uses them. They are insanely good for application. The RS-25 and the Block 2 SSME are some of the best rocket designs that we've ever come up with. Anyone has ever come up with. I mean, save for like maybe Raptor nowadays. Shuttle engines make the difference in a real shuttle engine's performance, right? Efficiency between down there and up here is not that different. Okay, so take a look. Look, remember that Terrier engine had 84-second specific impulse down here and 340 up there. With the shuttle engine, sea level is 366 to 452 in the vacuum. That is not a lot. That's a really small bit of change, especially for 1970s technology. Shuttle engines are almost as efficient down here as they are up there. How does the bell shape come into play? Or is that all that matters is just the expansion ratio? Depends, K3. Your expansion ratio, the nozzle shape has a lot to do with it. Now, I was actually going to get into that. That's a good one. So, not a lot of people know that one of the tricks that the shuttle engine has up its sleeve, right? One of the tricks is not just about the expansion ratio from throat to here. It's the actual shape. One of the tricks the shuttle engine has up its sleeve is that the nozzle comes back in, down at the very bottom, right here. It's hard to see it, right? Because everybody looks at the rim of this nozzle, so to speak. The shuttle engine nozzle actually goes out and it goes in a little bit at the very bottom. Oh yeah, not a lot of people know that. It goes in, it curves back in. You can see it if you squint, look really hard, you can see it right there. It starts to curve back inward. It does that on purpose. The shape of that absolutely comes into play. Now, the reason why the shuttle did that, okay, nerd words are coming. The reason why the shuttle engine did that is to prevent flow separation during startup transients at sea level. Long story short, they curved it in so the thing doesn't blow up when you go to fire it. That's kind of important. You don't want that. Aerospikes suck. Plug nozzles for the win. This is KSP 1. I don't play KSP 2. That game's a pile of crap. So, yeah, the rocket science way of saying that is to prevent flow separation during startup transients. Shuttle engines like to wiggle during startup. So do Raptor engines, for what it's worth, but yeah, I'll show you. Here. Watch. Actually, I'll move my head out of the way. Watch over here. So particularly it's easier to see this because the sparker isn't in the way. This is a shuttle sequenced ignition. So they went the engine over there, 1, 2, and 3. Sparklers are purging out your hydrogen, purging out hydrogen gas during the startup sequence. It's beautiful to watch. There we go. 1 ignition. Oh, I got it backwards. 1 ignition, 2 ignition, 3 ignition. Right there. Now, these motors aren't on yet. It takes a second for everything to spool. Rocket engines do use a turbine-driven fuel pump. Most of them do. Most staged engines like this, like on a first stage, use turbines. And because you're using turbines, right? Now, the application, it's not like there's a jet engine attached to the side of this, but that is the gist of it. The space shuttle uses power heads. It uses a gas generator that's generated from, well, one of them's a gas generator. The other one is generated by the expansion of hydrogen gases inside of the nozzle. That's how the shuttle engine keeps it cool. It uses the fuel to cool the nozzle, but that's another story. That's getting into fuel-rich hydrolock stage combustion cycles. We're not going that deep today. Maybe another day. Now, this thing isn't on. Those turbines are spooling up. If you picture a jet engine in your mind, a jet engine uses a turbine, right? Right? It spools up, right? If you think about an airplane throttling its engines or a fighter jet or something, it's going to take a second to get to full throttle. Now, same deal with these, because they do have turbines at the end of the day. Once again, the shuttle has power heads, and I know that. I'm keeping it simple it's not generally a turbo pump. Actually, the shuttle has 4 turbo pumps, if you really want to know. Well, 4 pumps, but that's another story. There's 4 per engine. There's a reason for that, but it doesn't matter. So, it's going to take a second to spool up. When these things are shooting out orange gases, that's when you know they're spooling. Now watch what happens. This is the engines basically throttling up during ignition. Now watch. Specifically, you got, watch the rim of the nozzle right here. Okie dokie. Take a look. See that? Remember that big thing that I said a second ago that nobody understood? Low separation during startup transients. Yeah. That's what that is. That's basically when they were testing the shuttle engine before the shuttle started flying in the mid-70s. When they were testing it, they had nozzles with expansion ratios and nozzle architecture that didn't curve in on itself. And the shuttle engine during startup too much, and they kept blowing them up on a test stand. There's footage of that somewhere out there. Oh yeah, you gotta go find it though. Yeah, the shuttle engine too much. That's also the reason why these shuttle engines have these stiffener rings. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why it has these ribs around the nozzle to prevent the from happening. You don't want that to happen. If it happens any more than what you saw here, the engine will rip itself to pieces. The reason why is remember I said first stage engines, they have the atmosphere. They got to push the damn atmosphere out of the way. It's a big pain in the butt, right? But that's also what keeps your gases going in a straight line, essentially, away from your rocket motor, right? If your engine isn't throttled all the way up, that goddamn atmosphere is going to leak up inside of the nozzle. Atmospheric pressure is going to force its way up into the nozzle. And right there, these kind of spraying things right here, these kind of, consummate V's, let's say, right there, that's flow separation. That's the gases being shot out of the shuttle engine, basically being ripped away from the rim of the nozzle because the damn atmosphere is trying to creep up in there. That's why they curved the end of the shuttle nozzle in to mitigate that. So yeah, nozzle architecture, it's not just solely about expansion ratio, it's the architecture of the nozzle. Now, the shape of this thing usually, there's specific applications for it, like with the shuttle engine, but the shape of the dang thing really has to do a lot with what kind of propellants you're using and is it an upper stage engine? Is it a first stage engine? What's the application? That's the big one. Yeah, that you don't want the atmosphere creeping up in the nozzle. That's bad. It'll rip itself to pieces. In fact, I mean, I could show you that footage, early shuttle footage. Somewhere floating out around the internet is early test footage from the shuttle program. I gotta find the dang thing. I typed in RS-25 test footage and it's showing me the Manhattan Project. It's out there. You found this mint video. I think that's it, dude. Hold on. Thank you, Seacracken. Let me find the... I'm just looking through all the different RUDs. There's some pretty damn spectacular RUDs in this. Here, I'll pop it up here so you guys can see. This is old footage. Now look. See the nozzle? See that shuttle nozzle? That one doesn't curve in. They didn't curve the sucker in. And it does work. I mean, that one has some other problems. Let's just... So, high pressure fuel pump turbine blade failure. Main injector locks post failure. No, that's... I'm trying to find the one with the... Jet failure. MFV fire due to fretting. This one might be it. Let's see. Nope, that's not the right one. Nah, this one doesn't have it. But, I mean... Let's watch it explode because it's funny. Yeah, just watch. This one was a high pressure fuel pump turbine blade failure. Yeah, that's not good for it. But if you notice, all these early shuttle engine designs, the nozzle doesn't curve in. It just kind of goes outward. That's why it looks kind of like it's Uncanny Valley shuttle engine, but it's not exactly the same. Yeah, look at that one. Look at how straight that nozzle is. See what I'm talking about? There's another set of failure footage in there. That's a good video, Seacracken. But anyway. So, I think we've sufficiently discussed engines and specific impulse, etc., etc. Let's do the math out for this thing here. I was basically defining here. We're defining some math. Without it, none of us would exist. All right, so we want to... This thing says it makes a kilometer a second, right? Let's prove it. All right. So, our delta V equals... Well... Let's take a look over here. Right now, our delta V calculation is based off of sea level at Kerbin, right? So, what's the sea level specific impulse of a Terrier engine? 85. Oh boy. 85 times 9.81 meters a second per second. Natural log. So, now we need M1. What is M1? M1 is how much mass this thing is with a full tank of gas. Well, we got a full tank of gas there. We're 2.79 tons here. So, 2.79 T divided by, well, go here, empty the stage, 0.791 T, 0.791. Well, we went to the second decimal place with the first one. All right. That's the equation you'd put into a calculator here. Now, I don't know if the calculator in Windows, let's set it to scientific. Do we have natural log? We do. So 85 times 9.81 meters a second per second. Actually, let's see if we can input the whole thing. 85 times... No, clear. Actually, we could, I mean... Hang on, all right. Okay. I see what it did. All right, so let's do the log first. So 2.79 divided by 0.79 equals 300.18 natural log. So 5.7. Okay, 5.70. So we do 85 times, oh, hold up. 85 times 9.81 times 5.7 equals. Yeah, I got to figure out how to put the whole thing in. That's not exactly what we want. I mean, we could do, I mean, if we do order of operations, we could do 85 times 9.81, right? No, you squared 85? Oh. Yeah, all right, well. 404, sorry, yeah. I mean, I usually did it on my graphing calculator, but my graphing calculator is out of batteries right now. Chrome Windows calculator is terrible. I'm very quickly finding that out. I'm very, very quickly figuring that out. I need to get new batteries for my calculator. All right, no, hold up. We need 85 times 9.81. Then we need log 2.79 divided by 0.79. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Boom, it did it. 1052.12. Our delta V carrying 85 seconds specific impulse times gravity times basically your mass fraction on a natural logarithmic scale gives us 1052. So we have about a kilometer a second delta V. Let's go over to Kerbal. What does Kerbal say? Fill the thing back up with fuel. 1051, baby. There you go. We're good. We're solid. My graphing calculator is a TI-83 Plus. I have batteries in it, to be fair. It's the backup battery that's dead. I need a new backup battery for it. I'll work on it. There you go. That wasn't so bad, right? Easy peasy. The calculator does everything for you. Right? And if we wanted to do our thrust to weight here, right? We want to do TWR. Well, let's see. Well, for this one, we know it's 1051 meters a second. TWR will give us, so our total thrust, the thrust of a Terrier engine is 14.7 kilonewtons, right? 14.78 kilonewtons divided by the mass of the stage at full, so it's 2.79 again. 2.79 times 9.81. All right, let's go back over to this calculator, which doesn't suck. Let's do that math out. 14.78 divided by 2.79 times 9.81. Boom. Oh, hit plus. There you go. So 5196. Yeah, that's close enough. It's 0.54. So we're not nearly making enough here. Like, that number needs to be above 100 in that, the way that calculator did it, but you get the idea. There you go. So, that's just for a stage, though. Obviously, we need 3,400 meters a second delta V. Remember, let's go back to our delta V map. In order to get something into low Kerbin orbit, or LKO for short, we need 3,400. Okay. So, let's take a look here. Let's check something here. We know, we verified that number that Kerbal is telling us is accurate. We know it's correct. Yeah, Nick Paul, we'd have to put the M and G in parentheses. It's 0.5. We'd need double the thrust. Now, does that mean doubling the engine is going to get us there? No, not necessarily. Adding another engine is not going to straight double your thrust, right? It's also adding to your mass. You're not just doubling your thrust, you're adding another 500 kilograms. So double your engines is not going to necessarily give you double the performance, because once again, you can never have your cake and eat it too in rocket science. Ever. Ever. It doesn't work that way. You're never going to have your cake and eat it too. There's ways around things, but you're never going to be able to double the thrust for no gain, for no loss. There's always going to be a trade-off every single time. That's really important to understand. Do you know the add-on for Word called Word Map? I don't. 85-second specific impulse. What a lousy engine this is. Well, it's... Alright. So we only make 1,051 meters a second here. But that's at sea level. This motor's sea level performance is terrible. It's really bad. 345 in vacuum. It's a good vacuum engine. 345 seconds in Kerbal is quite good. That's pretty good, man. Right? So now let's take a look. Let's switch this to vacuum. How much delta V does this stage have? Right? How much delta V does it have when it's up in space? Look at the number down there. 4266. 4.2 kilometers a second. With 345 specific impulse, this is a great upper stage engine. We've quadrupled our performance. So this is a good second stage motor. So I'm going to keep that like that. We're going to keep that. We're going to keep this like this. But we're not making 4,266 meters a second. And we know that calculation is good. But if you guys wanted to do it out, we could do it. Right? Let's go back over to the Google calculator, right? All right, so 345 times 9.81, all right, with natural log 2.79 divided by 0.79, right? That's the formula. That same thing that we used last time. Instead of 85, it's 345. What does that give us? 4270, 4266. We're right on par. It looks like Kerbal is a little more, it's using a longer decimal point for that number calculation. So it's a little more accurate. 4266, 4.26 kilometers a second. What we did is 4.27. So we're right on the money. That's great. That's really good. That's a great upper stage. But that's just the upper stage. That doesn't mean nothing. It's just the upper stage in the probe core. This thing is good by itself. How do we know what it's going to do? How do we know what it's going to do with a ton of payload and a fairing attached to it? How do we know? Well, let's figure that out. Right? So, let's go here. What I'm going to do is attach a fairing to this thing. We want a 1.25 fairing, right? A fairing on a rocket is an aerodynamic shell that the rocket uses to protect the payload. Stuff that flies into space is not very aerodynamic. Satellites are not very aerodynamic. It's basically a server. It's basically a gigantic server rack with solar panels attached to the side and some antennas, if you really want to know. It's basically a box. That's not very aerodynamic. Rockets have a protective shell that they use called a fairing that encapsulates the payload. Okay? Now, couple of things here. I'd said, per my stakeholder expectations for the Wonton rocket, that we want to be able to move 1 ton or 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds into low Kerbin orbit, right? So we want to get a little bit more accurate reading on this delta V number. Let's put a ton of payload on the top. Let's find something that is 1 ton. So right now, the vehicle's mass is 2.82. Let's put this on the front. Two 4.2, 4.82. So that's 2 tons. It's not necessarily what we want. We need to find a tank that's 1 ton here. Preferably one that's going to fit inside of the allotted volume. That's 0.56. That's 1.125. This little guy. Let's make sure we shut that off because we don't close the tank out because we do not want our delta V reading. We don't want delta V reading that as fuel. It's payload in this regard, right? We don't want it as fuel. Now, the other things that we got to add back into this is, well, we got to add our probe core. What type of probe core are we using? I originally just put an octo there, right? And then we want to put our payload on the front. Now, keep in mind, this is not an adequate attach or detachment system, and we're going to have to take that into account. But let's, let's put a fairing that's more or less what I want here. I don't want my fairing to be like super close to this because during fairing separation, when we jettison the fairing, right, we don't want it hitting the payload. So you want to give it a little bit of space here. So let's do something like, that. There we go. That's about a 2 meter fairing. It seems to be 1.7, but I'll measure it and I'll get more into its design, like fairing design and shape and stuff a little bit later. But fairing basically, once again, it carries the payload inside of it, so the payload doesn't get hit by oncoming aerodynamics. The fairing basically protects the payload. The fairing will deploy. This thing in this design will pop out. It's called a clamshell fairing, right? I have it set to be a clamshell fairing, so it's not going to confetti unfold like that. The two sides are going to open, right? And it'll expose the payload to be able to deploy the payload off the second stage, all right? Now let's look at that same delta V calculation, right? What is Kerbal telling us over here? We had 4.26 kilometers a second, 4,200 meters a second delta V. It's half. Look at that. It's 22222. Well, minus 12. Are you on Instagram with a public account? Yes. I don't really post on Insta too much. Hungry Hippo best fairing. Get out of here. The Neutron Hungry Hippo one is fine. The one on Starship, the chomper fairing on Starship is doo-doo. Doo-doo. It's terrible. All right, so now we're making some progress here, right? 222 meters a second delta V for this stage. That's great. Real good. We could do the math out if you want, right? Let's do the math out for this. Let's make sure that that number is on the money. So far, it's been pretty close, but sometimes Kerbal, depending on how you put the vehicle together. Shuttle doors for Starship. Exactly, Kai. Yes, correct. Depending on how you put the rocket together, sometimes the delta V number can lie to you. All right, let's do this. Now, 345 seconds specific impulse, right? Now, what's our difference in mass here? Our total mass has gone up, 4.154, good number. So we're 4154 kilos here with a full tank of gas, right? Now, we drain that, 2154. That's actually really straightforward stuff. Okay, so 345 seconds specific impulse times 9.81, right? Natural log 4.154 divided by 2.154. Well, how do we go back one? 222.72. There you go. Pretty close. We could be a little bit more accurate because we're not going to have the fairing all the way to engine cutoff. The fairing can be deployed. I like deploying my fairings at 50 kilometers. Everybody does it a little bit different. It really depends on the rocket. I deploy at about 50, give or take. There are reasons for that, but that's the general idea. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And we know that that thing isn't lying to us either. We verified it. There's a reason why I'm showing you that you got to verify the number. You got to check it, right? That has a lot to do with doing good analysis on your vehicle. We know for sure. We know this for sure. This has 2.2 kilometers a second Delta V. If we got this dang thing to the right altitude at the right speed with a first stage, it'll make it. It'll fulfill what we're trying to do here, right? Remember, the whole idea, the whole set of stakeholder expectations for the Wonton small sat launcher is to put 1 ton of payload into low Kerbin orbit. Now, that payload right there, that's 1,156 kilos. So it's a little bit above 1 ton. But our numbers are jiving pretty dang good. That's a good analog. It's a good factor of safety there. If I want 1 ton to be able to get into space, using 1,100 kilos, so 1.1 tons as your payload, max payload volume, means that this thing will be able to put 1 ton into space wherever I want it to go. This is more than enough, but it's close enough to 1 ton, but it's a little bit of an overestimation. That's called a safety margin, or a factor of safety right there. That's another important thing to understand, but we'll get to that later. Good engineering and making a vehicle safely has making a vehicle safer has a lot to do with this, right? You don't want a human-rated capsule, for instance, on a vehicle that can move 10 tons into low Earth orbit and have your capsule with 4 people inside be exactly 10 tons. You don't want that. What if somebody gets in that's a little taller? And now your stage, your whole launch vehicle is trying to launch 10.1 tons into space. What if what if the person's heavy? What if you need to move cargo? It's always good to have margins in here that make your vehicle safer. But once again, trade-offs with rockets. If you have a rocket that's designed to move 4 people in a capsule that goes up into space, and its payload capacity is 50 tons, and you put a 10-ton capsule with 4 people on top, you're arguably wasting a lot of fuel there. That's a waste. That's a huge safety margin. That's not what you're trying to do here. Because remember what I said, guys. The Delta V formula is very, the plain English way of explaining the Delta V formula, dudes, is that the more fuel you have on your rocket and the less rocket you have on your rocket, the further you can go, right? If you have way more fuel than what you need, you're taking fuel up there, and then if your rocket's reusable, you're bringing it back down with you. That's a waste. That's a waste of extra fuel. This is why, Starship, super heavy, Falcon 9, when these rockets come back down and land, they're basically scraping the bottom of the barrel when they come in for a landing. You ideally don't want to run the rocket engine dry, right? Never want to run a rocket engine to 0. You always want some residual fuel in it. Now, in KSP, that doesn't matter. In KSP, you can run it to 0 and it's not a big deal. In real life, you don't want to end up dry firing an engine. It'll explode. Usually when when you're trying to do something other than just firing the rocket engine off, like running a tank dry instead of just shutting it down with a little bit of fuel left over, it usually blows up. Yeah, just good rule of thumb. Good rule of thumb. Okay. You want to make it as efficient as possible, but you also want room for margin just in case something goes wrong. That'll make a vehicle safe. Now, flip side of that, remember I said maybe you have a vehicle that can move 50 tons into low Earth orbit, and you have a 10-ton capsule with 4 people on board. That's going to give you like an extra 2 to 3 kilometers a second delta V with that capsule, right? But that's really safe. That's a huge safety margin. But what is going to go wrong on ascent where you need 2 to 3 kilometers of extra delta V? You need as much fuel, like that you could get to the moon almost, right? What is going to go wrong with this capsule that's going to warrant needing 3,000 meters a second of extra delta V? What is going to? Nothing. If you have a scenario where you need 3 kilometers a second delta V, on an ascent, you didn't engineer a good enough rocket. Let me put it like that. I'm partaking in an expo tomorrow. Any words of advice? An expo. What do you mean? Any questions, guys? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl, because then I would call her. Yep, good song. Can we launch this? I want to see it try and break through the atmosphere. Our TWR is not going to get us anywhere, dude. Remember, we're at sea level. Sea level pressure is 101.32 kilopascals, right? It's 0.36, meaning we're going to make a really nice flamethrower and this thing ain't going anywhere. Is the inside of the payload bay usually depressurized, or does it flux as it goes through the atmosphere? Payload fairings, that's a good question, Beljex. Payload fairings have vents, passive vents built into them. Here. So these, yeah, there we go. This is a good picture. This picture, I believe, is from Teslarati. Yeah, Rich Angle is over there, and Eric Ralph probably wrote the article. Good dudes, good dudes. So, fairings have a passive vent on them. See those things right there? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are the passive vents. They're covered with insulation right there. During integration, during vehicle integration, and they pop off. They pop off on the way up. If you've seen Falcon 9 launch, you might see these things pop out. The reason why you cover them up and why you insulate this thing is you don't want a bird flying in there. Yeah, you cover it up. You don't need a bird trying to make a nest in there when the rocket's out on the pad. So they have just these like kind of plastic covers over the vents, and when Falcon 9 starts going up, right, the atmospheric pressure is going to go down, but the plugs in the vents keep the atmospheric pressure inside of the fairing Beljex at 1, right? So the interesting thing is that when the rocket gets high enough, the delta P between outside the vehicle on the way up and inside the vehicle becomes so much of a difference that it'll actually pop the plug out like passively. It'll passively pop it out, and then the fairing will vent out of these. They're basically just a hole. It's a hole in the damn fairing. Like, that's it. It's just a recessed piece in the fairing. Now, interesting thing here, and you can tell from this picture that Rich Angle took. Cool little fun fact about Falcon 9 fairings. Originally, Falcon 9 had the vents up there. See right there? See that little plug right there? Originally, the vent was right there and right there. There was 2 of them up there. So it had 4. There was 1 here, 1 there, 1 there, and then 1 on the other side. SpaceX moved the vent system to the edges of the fairings here. They did that right around the time of Block 5. Anybody know why? Why would you move that over here? Think about it. What is SpaceX trying to do with their fairings? I water intrusion. SpaceX lands their fairings, guys. They land them. The fairing has a parafoil that deploys, and the fairing lands like a seaplane out at like downrange, and they have a ship go and fish them out. If the fairing ends up landing with this side touching the water, having a hole in it is probably not good for that whole buoyancy thing, right? So SpaceX needed to make a trade-off here. They had to plug that hole, and they had to move this to the sides to accommodate for fairing reuse. There's your trade-off, right? Your trade-off is that you have to redesign your damn fairing, and that's a pain in the butt. But the positives of doing that means that you can get a fairing that doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean, because a boat with a hole in the hull doesn't work very well, right? Pretty cool, huh? It's not just Falcon 9 either. Check this out. Let's take a look at my favorite, the shuttle. The shuttle has passive vents built into the side as well. You can see them. They're right. Oh. Yeah, we could just use that picture of Discovery. Right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's even a vent right here to vent the space underneath the payload bay. That's what those things are. They're passive vents. Fun fact on the shuttle, when the payload bay pressure equalizes with vacuum, there's a passive valve that closes. There's a piece that'll just seal that thing off, so re-entry heating doesn't go in the payload bay during that whole fiery part. Yeah, it's a little passive thing that closes. It's hard to see them in this picture. We got to see if we can find a closer up picture of them. Yeah, okay, here, look. They're closed up. See? 1, 2, 3. See them? They're closed in this picture. Pretty cool, huh? Shuttle's a beast, man. Starship is going to need something like that, guys. Oh, it's going to need passive venting. There's going to need to be some type of system in there. You have to get the air out of the payload bay. Why? All right, who's been paying attention? Why do you need to get the air out of the payload bay? Why does that matter? When you deploy the fairing, who cares? Like, deploy the fairing. The air's going to go away anyway. When the shuttle payload bay opens up its doors, it'll all vent out. Who cares? Why? Explosive decompression has a lot to do with it. I want to see who's really using their noodle. I didn't hint too much at why you would do this. I want to see who's thinking. Think for a second. Doors won't open with pressure inside? Well, pressure will make them open quicker. Right, Finn? That's not exactly the reason. Here, let me rephrase this. What is that extra air inside of the fairing doing for your vehicle? Is having air inside of the fairing something that you want? Is that air useful in any way, shape, or form for your mission? Changes its trajectory? Yeah, it could do that during deploy. Yeah, you definitely don't want that. The air adds mass. If you sealed up your fairing like a balloon, you're sealing up all the air in there. That's more stuff that you're moving into space, and it has nothing to do with your mission, right? Nothing to do with it. Putting a fairing vent on there in the shuttle, Falcon 9, Saturn V, whatever, allows the air to vent out passively. Because the rocket, if you sealed up the fairing and it just was a nice sealed environment, you moved it all up into space, you're moving an extra ton of air. There's an extra ton of mass of air in there. I mean, the fairing pressurized volumes are huge, right? That doesn't seem like anything for you and me, but 1 ton difference in your delta V is a lot. That's why you'd have a fairing vent on there, at the very least. All the reasons you guys said are good, though. You don't want an explosive decompression when you go to decompress your fairing. I'm pretty sure the satellite wouldn't like that, right? But also, at the very least, that's extra mass. Remember, the delta V formula. More rocket on your rocket, less fuel on your rocket equals you don't go further. So all that air in the payload fairing keeping it there is a pain in the butt, and it'll hinder your delta V formula because it's not fuel and it's not oxidizer. So if it's not fuel and it's not oxidizer, it's what's called dry mass. Dry mass is rocket on your rocket, technically. That's why you vent it. You try to vent it as quick as possible. You really want to get rid of it. You do not want that there. Cool, huh? How much mass do you think that ends up being? It depends on the payload fairing size, Laz. I would say a Falcon 9 fairing, if you kept it pressurized, so to speak, all the way until separation, I would say about a ton, maybe. I mean, maybe less than that. It's a lot of air, though. That's just extra mass. That's just going to screw your delta V formula. It's going to screw your mass margin big time. Yeah, maybe not a ton, but it's enough to make a difference. It's enough to not be negligible, right? You really want to get rid of it. It'll screw your delta V calculations if you didn't take it into account. Hang on, gotta turn the AC on. It was actually super cold here yesterday, so I turned the AC off and it got nice and warm in here. It's nice. Give me 1 second. Anyway, it's not a ton. That was a gross overestimate, but that was more of an estimate, kind of like hyperbole on my part. But you get the idea. That's just wasted mass. You don't want to explosively decompress your fairing. It could throw your vehicle off course. Don't do stuff like that, right? Like wouldn't want that. All right, cool. So we have our second stage, right? And our second stage makes pretty good delta V, 2 kilometers a second. Let's take a look back over here. Hey, Discovery, what's up? Let's close all this stuff out because that's already stuff we've talked about. We'll actually bring the calculator back. 3,400. So our second stage makes 2.2 kilometers, right? So what does that leave us? Let's get that calculator up here. Let's do some. Oh, here we go. 3,400. Some really complicated math. So that more or less, now keep in mind, it doesn't exactly work like this, because the way the vehicle flies through the air, it really depends on trajectory, right? 3,400 is more or less what we want, right? That right there should give us more or less what we need, what the delta V for our first stage. We need a first stage that has 1.2 kilometers a second delta V. I personally overestimate this. I usually try to give my stages 1,500, just in case. Now, the reason why I do that is because I'm hand flying the damn thing into space, so I like to have a little bit of margin because I don't like screwing up my missions on stream, right? Like, it's live, and if you screw up, you're never living it down, right? Like in Summer Car, so I like to over-engineer just a little bit. You killed Jeb, by the way. See what I mean? Do you think they might vent the payload bay earlier on Flight 11, maybe during the ascent burn? There are vents on it on Starship, as far as I can tell, Dan, but I have no idea where they are. It might be something as simple as the payload bay dispenser might not be airtight. So do they pull a vacuum in the fairing before launch, and if not, why? No, they don't pull a vacuum. They don't pull vacuum. There's vents. Ethereal, there's just vents in the payload fairing, and when the rocket goes up, the pressure inside of the fairing stays the same. It stays at 1 atmosphere, and the pressure starts to fall off outside. There's a little plug that they put in the fairings, right? And when the difference between the internal pressure of the fairing and the external pressure of the atmosphere get too much, the plugs will pop out. The space shuttle did the same thing too. Not with its vents, but with the RCS thrusters. The reaction control systems, all those little holes that seem to be in the front of the shuttle and on the back, they put plugs in them. So because you don't want a bird nesting in there when the shuttle's sitting out on the pad or something. You really don't want that. You don't want stuff going into the nozzles or into your payload fairing. You don't need to, like, we don't need to see like a dead, you know, a dead blue jay or something like floating around in the freaking fairing, you know, when they separate it. You don't want that. And you definitely don't want like a woodpecker pecking on the satellites or something. Remember, KSC is in a wildlife refuge. There's all kinds of birds up in there. I don't think there's blue jays though, but you get the idea. Like when you got ran over. Long RS-25 failure, I think you requested. No, that's the HPFP turbine blade failure. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. All right, so let's go back to our calculator. We need a first stage that has about 1200 delta V, all right? And we also need a first stage that has higher than one TWR when the second stage is attached. I don't think I need to tell you why. We need to make sure that when we fire our first stage engine, the rocket goes up. That's important. That's important. Might be important. What's up, Ivo? Imagine pigeons roost on a PLF over a long weekend. It can happen. This is the kind of stuff you got to think about with rockets. Say your rocket scrubs. You're like, oh, keep it out on the pad. It's no big deal. And you don't have fairing plugs, right? Or thruster plugs. You don't need a bird nesting in there over the weekend. And then when you go to launch, you're the guy that killed the bird on the way up. Your company is the company that killed the, oh, you don't care about animals. You don't want that. And like, that's from an optics view. You definitely don't want animals in there because they could peck at things. They could eat wires or something. Or you know, at the worst thing, like they get away and their feather short circuits something out on your avionics or your fairing or something. Guys, I know this sounds completely ridiculous, but Boeing, not Boeing, what's the name of them? The Australian Spaceflight Company. They had a problem with a cockatoo pecking at their fairing, and it caused their fairing to short out and deploy during their first launch attempt. That absolutely happened. That absolutely was a thing. They even posted about it. Gilmore, that's right. Bowen is the name of the spaceport. Dude, there was many stories from the space shuttle about them having to keep guys out on the pads with a shotgun to keep birds away from pecking at the launch pad. From time to make a nest in the pad deluge system or something. It wasn't the bird. They said it wasn't the bird. It wasn't the bird, Chad. They said it wasn't the bird. It wasn't the bird. It wasn't the bird. So Vanta, wildlife, don't screw with launches. It wasn't the bird though. It absolutely is a thing, dude. All right. Anyway, so we got our upper stage. Our upper stage is pretty good, right? That's pretty good. Inline fairing with side cassette release for sats. What? Doom? Not on this rocket, no. A lot of wildlife experts in chat here. Good. Good. It's pretty hot in these rhinos. Anyway, birds aren't real. There it is. That's what I was waiting for. Alrighty then. Okay. We got basically what we need to complete the rest of this equation here.
Go at throttle up.
1,200 meters a second is what we need that first stage to have, right? Hey, Haiklu, 14-month resub. Thank you. Worst, what's up? AJ, I'm nervously waiting for a phone call in 45 minutes on a job opportunity. My wife and I went to the plant a couple weeks ago for me to interview for a production supervisor position. Went so well, they asked me to entertain the production manager position. I was caught off guard, and now I'm going to find out if they were able to get approval from corporate heads to allow it with me not having a degree. Freaking out. I mean, if they recommended you for that position, I think you'll be okay, dude. I mean, what's the worst case scenario here? Worst case scenario is they don't recommend you for the managerial position and put you just in the first position, the production supervisor, for production supervisor. There you go. Like, what's the worst case scenario there? No, you recommended this guy to be a manager, and because he doesn't have a degree, we don't want him to be a manager and a supervisor. No, they recommended that position to you. That means at the worst case, in my mind, absolute worst case here is that you get a supervisor position. Oh no. I don't want a supervisor position. I've been there before and hated it. Then why did you apply for that position? Need a job. Okay. I mean, dude, I don't think they would recommend you for that position if they didn't think you were the right person for the job. Kind of on them, though, for not letting management know that they were, doing this, but, we'll see. It was a spur of the moment thing, so, dude, I think that's not the worst job interview story I've ever heard, man. Anyway. I gotta refresh again. So 1,200 is what we're looking for. I want to put 1,500. That's really what I want. So, let's put a decoupler in. And keep in mind, this isn't the finalized design for this rocket. This is more just to show you guys how this all goes together. Now, you do need a decoupler for a rocket. I like using the smaller decouplers. Why do I like using smaller decouplers? They're less mass. I'll get more into that a little bit later. But yeah, I use small decouplers in my design. They're less mass. Straight up. The one that fits this diameter is quadruple the mass, actually. This one's 10 kilos, that one's 40 kilos. All this stuff adds up, dude. Simplify, add lightness. Right? That's Colin Chapman. He was a Formula One engineer in the 60s and the 70s. SpaceX took that moniker to the next level, saying that the best part is no part, right? But SpaceX basically abides by the same rules. That's 30 kilograms more rocket on our rocket. All this stuff adds up. Remember that. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Now, there are other reasons why I opt for smaller mass, but I'll get to that. Stakeholder expectations have a lot to do with it. But let's get a stage going that we think is the right design here. So, remember, the requirements for the Wonton vehicle is to move 1 ton into low Kerbin orbit. We need about 13 to 1500 delta V with our first stage. So, why are you making a rocket out of tungsten? Because Kerbal? All right, let's take a look here. $4.5 ton. There we go. Let's add the wide boy fuel tank here, right? Where's that gonna get us? These FLT tanks, like this one is double the length of that one. It's double the length and it's double the mass. Just so interesting thing is that if I just put 2 of these tanks over again and stack them like that, same exact thing. There's no mass difference here, interestingly enough. I mean, that's just the way the developers made it. But in reality, having an extra bulkhead here would be a lot more mass. But let's just say the common dome between the liquid fuel and oxidizer tanks here are is wider or something. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense in real life, but it's Kerbal. So, whatever. We got the numbers. Let's go with them, right? Oh, that tank looked like that. I don't want to do that. All right, let's just paint the tank white. Okay, so let's put an engine down the bottom of this thing. What engine do we want? Well, I'd prefer something that's decently good down here and pretty good at higher altitudes. The LVT-45 is a really good choice. I like this motor. It's a good starting motor. It's one of the better starter motors in the game, in my opinion. Right? There we go. It's pretty cool. All right. You can see that these models are super nice. There's your fluid impellers. Your turbine is right there. I don't know why your liquid fuel is being dumped overboard and your oxidizer is going into your combustion chamber, but hey, whatever, just creative license, right? Now let's take a look. Let's take a look at the first stage. 1569 is what it's saying there. Did we really get this right on the first try? Well, no, we didn't. We're still set to vacuum. Set it to sea level. Now what does it say? 1226. Close. But remember, I like to put some margin in. There's no guarantees that this thing is going to make it like this. Right? I want to put some margin into the design. So what I'm going to opt for here, actually that should work. Open cycle, that looks to be closed cycle to me, but this might do it, dudes. It's possible. I mean, I'm curious to send this thing and kind of see what it does, if you guys don't mind. I'm sure somebody wants to see that. I mean, if we were doing my real mission mode rules, I would have to find a way to do this without sending it, unless you want to pay money. But we're in engineering mode. Let's have some fun with it. Now, the other thing we got to take into account is our TWR good enough. 1.68 off the pad. Yes. Now, this is a very preliminary design. I really, really, really didn't reinforce this. I'm going to reinforce it with some struts. Actually, you know what we're going to do? I'll opt for the bigger decoupler just for this test flight and this design. It'll be a little bit easier on the structure of the vehicle because it's wider. Having that small decoupler right in your main line hierarchy of the vehicle, it's that little tiny thing. It'll weeble wobble around. We don't you don't really want that. So let's use this. So we have our first kind of prototype of the Wonton rocket. As Tim Dodd says, it's important to make it point up. That's kind of a good idea. So we have 1221 on the first stage and 2200 on the second. This is gonna be close. It'll be close. Switch it over here. Let's put it out on the launch pad. Let's see if all of our calculations did what we want. We'll see. We did the math out. As long as I can fly the thing correctly, this should work. Should work just fine. All right, make sure we're throttled up. Make sure your SAS is on. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Okay, and liftoff. There we go. Now let's go over here. What's our TWR? Our TWR is a little bit high. I'm going to slow down a little bit. We don't want to go too fast. You don't want to accordion the vehicle. We're going to tilt it over a little bit. Now, with a single engine down here that can move its nozzle, we don't have any roll control. We only have pitch and yaw, so we're going to kind of fly sideways into space. So our max Q, our dynamic pressure, it's not maximum yet, is 7,000 pascals. So 8. I'm going to keep our TWR kind of down here. I want to minimize this. My rule of thumb is like generally don't go over like 15. It really depends. I mean, if you're not going to, in Kerbal, you don't get that much of an efficiency loss from this. But basically, the more pressure that gets built up on the front of the vehicle, well, that, once again, you can't move it. The pressure gets built up on the front of the vehicle. You can't move it out of the way because it's getting compressed up against the front. That's the same idea as not having a vent in your fairing. All that crap up there is preventing you from going up, and it slows your vehicle down. You don't want that. So we're past max Q there. All right, staging. Tilt this thing over a little bit. That was not a long burn time on that first stage, dudes. It was really, that's a really short burn time for what it's worth. Just gonna ride a little bit. What's our TWR here? 1.75. What's the specific impulse? Specific impulse is up at 345. All right, cool. We staged high enough to basically not have to worry about any weird specific impulse transients here from that engine. Because remember, when the Terrier's on the ground, it's 85 seconds specific impulse. As you go higher, that number will gradually move up to 345, where you get where it's optimized for, right? If our staging was too low, right, then you might not get 345 specific impulse the entire time. Like, even look, it just ticked from 344.9 to 345 on the dot. So we took a little bit of an efficiency hit there. But anyway, speaking of efficiency, pop the fairing off. We should probably change the fairing there a little bit. Probably change our fairing separation parameters because the fairing did tip the vehicle, and now the vehicle has encountered a roll rate, and I have no way to compensate for it. We have a roll rate of 6.87 degrees a second radian, so yeah, it's just going to keep spinning until we tell it to stop. Raptor. All right. 2370. It has the Delta V to do this, guys. Oh yeah. That has the Delta V to get this done. However, we didn't fly this correctly. Look, we're 300 kilometers by minus 52. We're still suborbital. But we're almost there. If this was a little bit lower and we had burned a little bit slower, we have enough Delta V to circularize here easily. So that does work. See, we did our calculations out. We did it, and we didn't have Kerbal do it for us. We verified that Kerbal's calculations weren't lying. I just need to be a better pilot. But we absolutely have the Delta V to do this. And right here demonstrates why flight data is so damn important, right? This didn't get you exactly what you want, but it shows you that your margins on your vehicle are good. They're really good. This is enough to get you what you want. It's close, right? It's real close. In fact, I would say that this is a little bit on the over-engineered side, which is what we said when we decided to use a 1,100 kilo payload instead of a 1,000 kilo payload, isn't it? See? That's good analysis. That's right. This is how you do this. What was your APO target? My target with this is to put 1 ton of payload, so 1,000 kilos, into 100 by 100 circular. That's where this thing is. That's my margins for this vehicle. It's 1 ton to low carbon orbit, which is why its running name right now is called Wonton. It is the Wonton rocket. Like soup. Can map something representing, or is it just a random PAM in-game? I don't know what you're trying to ask, Tej. I'm sorry. This is not a random map. Everybody that plays Kerbal has Kerbin, and Kerbin has the same map. You can't randomize it. It's the same for everybody. Unless you mod it, in which case you can make it Earth if you really want to. Earth would be gigantic, though. Kerbin is 1/10 the size. If you see the moon in KSP, so that's Mun right there, that is approximately the size of Earth. Kerbin is a little guy. It's a little tiny planet. But see, you can see that we're almost there. We almost made it, but we didn't get it. We didn't get it just right. We were close, though. Spacecraft still freaking rolling. That tip from fairing separation right there caused the vehicle to get to roll here. It caused it to roll, and now it won't stop rolling. So Kerbin is Mun-sized. Kerbin is Mun orbit sized. See that line right there? That's how big Earth is. Earth would be like this. Kerbin is tiny. The reason why they did that is, well, resource limitations with computers at the time, guys. And it's a little bit easier to get the point across when you don't need 9 kilometers a second. Delta V to get into space. In Kerbal, you only need 3,400. It's a little bit more forgiving. But it's the same idea. You think you could get something into low Kerbin orbit blindfolded just based on knowing timings from doing it so much? If you gave me the nav ball hip, yeah. The nav ball in this data right here, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I don't need this. I never look at this, guys. When I'm flying, I look at these numbers, I look at those numbers, and I look at those. Look at that. That's all. No, I mean, Kerbin would be real moon size and scale. Yeah, Kerbin's about the size of the moon, give or take. If I'm remembering right. It's been a while. But there you go, dudes. Our calculations were right. We got it right. It's pretty good, right? Didn't take that much. It's only rocket science, right? No problem. All right, let's go back. Not bad, right? Pretty good. This gave us what we wanted. There you go. 1 ton into low Kerbin orbit. Not bad, right? We did our calculations, showed what the vehicle can do. We went from there. Haven't you done a full hands-off launch with Cal's? Partial automation with Cal. Aqualex, with that all being said, I want to write code for this rocket. I'm writing code for this rocket, so I'm making the margins are a lot smaller, let's say. I mean, look at this thing. It's not bad. 10 tons, 10-ton launch vehicle. You know, 1 ton of payload. KOS or KRPC? KRPC. I have the Python API mod, yes. I don't know anything about doing that. So, that's going to be fun. Yeah, I wanted to demonstrate building the entire vehicle out, guys. I want to build out the vehicle. I want to build out the launch pad. I want to build all the vehicles, do it. And then we want to automate it. Because if we're going to do a mission mode again, dude, if we want to do a mission mode, I want a mission mode where we bring something new to the table. I think automation will really, really add a new, very challenging aspect to mission mode. Maybe I'm putting too much on my plate. It is me, probably what's going on. I'll probably fail a lot, but hey, that's how you learn, so. Code it. Yeah, will do. Nightbot zapped you for some reason, Ephemeral. Stop spamming symbols. Oh, we gotta get rid of that crap. We don't need that. Nightbot's getting too crazy over there. I've been away from the stream for a bit. Could you catch me up on what you're doing in KSP now, big picture wise? It's right in the title, homie. How was your last mission mode? It's fun. I mean, Rocket, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I might need some help. I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, I'll figure it out. I'm sure I can figure it out. I know I can figure it out. I've just never bothered to go and actually figure it out. Does that make sense? So, we know that this works. You guys know about Delta V. You guys know about TWR. Those are your two big ones. Now we take this to the next level. Okay? Why do we take it to the next level? Well, my stakeholder expectations, my requirements for this vehicle, basically my rule set for the vehicle. And every launch vehicle has a different rule set. Every launch vehicle is like a game of Dungeons and Dragons, where the people designing the rocket are the dungeon master. Physics is the player, so to speak. Right? My expectations for this vehicle, it's in systems engineering design and rocket design, it's called stakeholder expectations. People designing the rocket. So Elon is a stakeholder driver for SpaceX. He's the designer. He designs the rocket. And SpaceX has very particular stakeholder expectations. What is their overall expectation for SpaceX? Make life multiplanetary. You've heard Elon say that a bajillion freaking times, right? He is tasked with building the vehicle to do that, right? What is the requirements for Starship? Fully reusable, first stage catchability, 1 hour turnaround time, mass producible, 100 tons to low Earth orbit. It's not a KSP, right? There's your clearly defined stakeholder expectations for Starship. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? Elon beats this drum every time he talks. Well, what's Starship? What's it supposed to do? What are its stakeholder expectations? What is SpaceX's stakeholder expectations? Right? They're very clearly defined, right? Do the same for the Artemis program. Spoiler alert, you're gonna give yourself a headache. Yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole I don't feel like talking about. Now, with all that being said, what are my stakeholder expectations for this rocket? I wanted a 2-meter fairing. 2-meter fairing, 1,000 kilo payload capacity, right? And here's a big one. Now in Kerbal, this makes a difference, right? In real life, not so much, because no company can just hit the launch button and put a fully fueled rocket out on the pad and say, oh, we're good. I want to build out the launch complex for the Wonton rocket as well. I want to build out a launch complex for it. Now, what does that mean? So, no rocket is assembled in one piece from the factory and sent to the launch pad in one piece. They're assembled in, it could be in a vehicle assembly building, right? Could be inside of a vehicle assembly building where you stack the first stage, the second stage, the third stage, the payload, and the crew capsule on top of each other, on top of a giant mobile launcher, and then you pick up the entire launch pad and rocket and move it to the pad where they fuel it up and people get inside and go. Right? Could be that. Right? Just because these were assembled inside of the vehicle assembly building doesn't necessarily mean that they are, they were built here. The first stage of the Saturn V was built in Louisiana, along with the second stage. The third stage was made in California. So, there's two principal types of integration in rockets, right? Now this is part of our stakeholder expectations. There's horizontally integrated rockets, and then there's vertically integrated rockets. Vertically integrated rockets are basically when you're putting the rocket together, you put it together vertically. Any questions about that? Okay, right, pretty straightforward. The flip side of that is horizontal integration. Horizontally integrated rockets are assembled in a hangar, right? And they're usually put on some type of transporter erector, right? Or some type of transport cart, moved to the launch pad, and then turned up vertically at said launch pad. Falcon 9 is a horizontally integrated vehicle. They put it together in that hangar. That hangar is called a horizontal integration facility. It's not just a clever name, right? Hey, Baron. Will this be on the test? Yes, it will. Flip side, yeah. Starship is vertically integrated. That's correct, Ethereal. The chopstick's vertically integrated. Now, SpaceX, what SpaceX decided to do, because one of their stakeholder expectations with Starship is quick turnarounds, full reuse, quick turnarounds, they took the VAB, the launch umbilical tower, and the launch pad and combined them into one thing. The chopsticks are the VAB. That's the assembly. They assemble right on the pad. That's not something that's unfounded in the past. Saturn 1B rockets were assembled on the pad. The launch pad is right behind those red doors in this design. That's Complex 34. See? There's the bridge crane for Complex 34, right? And there's the rocket sitting on its launch pedestal. It's not unfounded. But building the rocket right on the pad, the Saturn 1B did that. I'm trying to think what other rockets did that. I think Saturn 1B might be the only one, but it doesn't matter. Whatever. But the Saturn 1B had a bridge crane. That's this thing. This thing could pick itself up. It's on train tracks. It'll roll down here, and then you set it down on these big concrete slabs right there, and then you use a bunch of cranes. Don't ask what Apollo was doing there. You don't want to know. And you'd use a bunch of cranes to take it from the horizontal position, take the thing vertically, and then stack it. Starship doesn't necessarily do that, because Starship and Super Heavy are assembled vertically as well. At no point right now, as of September 9th, 2025, at no point do they ever turn them horizontal. Okay, I don't mean to speak in riddles, but that's changing soon. It's gonna change. SpaceX needs a way to get Starships to the Cape, and the factory at the Cape is not built yet. SpaceX will turn a Starship horizontally and a Super Heavy, and will move them on a barge. The reason why? It's easier to move it when it's horizontal. If you have the thing vertically sitting on a ship, if this thing rocks back and forth, the thing will tip over. SpaceX has had some problems with Falcon 9 stages that have done exactly that when they're bringing them back via sea from their downrange landings. So that definitely does happen. They're making a breakover device for Super Heavy and Starship. I do believe they're building it at the Sanchez industrial site right now, which is basically across the street from their Starship factory. So, yeah, Starships for now are assembled and built vertically, but we're probably going to see them move horizontally sometime in the future. Politics aside, do you think moving of Space Command to Alabama is a good thing? Again, politics aside. Politics aside, it's a lateral push at best, public servant. Huntsville is a well-established well-established aerospace industrial base, and so does Colorado. It's a lateral shift at best. An interesting thing to argue, though, would be that Colorado already has the Air Force. The Air Force Academy is there in Colorado Springs, so there's already a lot of government stuff going to Colorado. But Space Force, believe it or not, its logical place would have been to put it where the Air Force Space and Missile Systems already is, right? And that's where it already is. Moving it to Huntsville is spreading equity around a little bit more, which, yeah, I mean, that could bolster our industrial base across different states. And from a nationwide perspective, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But remember, you're taking away jobs from Colorado, and you're putting them in Alabama. Once again, not necessarily a bad thing. From an apolitical standpoint, it's a lateral shift. Why don't we just take those jobs and put them over there? Colorado's the second largest space economy in the country, which is interesting to note. Yeah, Rocket, like I said, it's a lateral shift at best, but this could help bolster out the aerospace industrial base in Huntsville. But the thing is the aerospace industry in northern Alabama is already booming like crazy. That's where ULA's factory is. I mean, you know that, but for the people that don't. I mean, there could be benefits there, public. The benefits is that, you know, instead of Colorado being just a complete aerospace powerhouse, right? You know, and Alabama being like, okay, you have Colorado being a complete aerospace powerhouse, and now Alabama will be a complete aerospace powerhouse. It's good for spreading around your industrial base from a federal standpoint. Which is, I'll be honest, that's why the president wanted to put it in Alabama in the first place during his first term. That's the reason. You know, the guy that came after him put it in Colorado. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not, you know, oh, I don't like that guy, he's an idiot, I'm going to undo all of his decisions, right? Like, when does that not happen in politics, right? But also at the same time, there is some apolitical merits to doing something like that. Yeah, that's not the worst idea. Should have just been done in the first place, but I'll speak very candidly. Biden didn't do it because he didn't want Trump to. He wanted to put it in somebody that he liked. And if I think political allies, I don't think Joe Biden in Alabama, okay? Like, sorry, I don't mean to speak candidly, but there you go. No, Space Command was put in Colorado and it was already here. Sure, man. You know, guys, maybe I shouldn't answer questions like this, but honestly, people ask me my opinion about things. I tell people my opinion and people say that my opinion is wrong. So, you know, like, could you just do me like a solid and just remember that EJ's just giving his opinion and it's not necessarily fact. Like, it's just what I think. Like, I try to speak my mind. Like, I'll admit it's a little annoying having someone be like, no, that's not the reason. Like, all right, dude. Well, you're not wrong. There's a crap load of politics tied to it. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Arnok. Yeah. Like, you gotta bear with me, dudes. Anyway, so let's get back to our rocket. So this design works. Should we go with this? Well, no. We have to build our rocket in a very certain way. Do we opt for horizontal or vertical integration? Which one are we going to do? Which one do you guys think would be easier? I'm very interested to see. With this type of rocket, which one would be easier? Vertical in its early stages. Horizontal. Depends on the erector you can make. If you can erect this rocket within 4 hours, consult the doctor. Vertical, you don't need a breakover device. Okay? Well, remember our stakeholder expectations. Okay? This rocket, we're not just building the rocket, we're building a launch complex for it. I don't want to just build, potentially down the road, a reusable rocket. I want to build a reusable launch complex too. Now, the Wonton rocket might not be reusable. We might not, I don't know. Really depends. I don't think we should go with reuse for at least this iteration of the rocket. Maybe it, well, see, here's the thing. Now we got to start playing with this. Now our stakeholder expectations are a little weird. If we go with horizontal, let me think. What's the right way to do this? Is the group of little engines better for a small sat launcher, or is the large one better? Whichever one has less mass or is easier to manufacture in Bargon. Manufacturing is a really big thing when it comes to that. It's easier to make smaller rocket engines. It's harder to make bigger rocket engines. Look at Raptor. Raptors are arguably a small engine for something like Super Heavy. Right? It really depends. Depends on what you're trying to do. Wonton would be Electron style reuse, if anything. Correct. Now, so Electron was going to do a downrange parachute landing rocket guy, right? So are we bringing marine assets into this? If we choose to do something like that, well, we're going to have to, we're going to need a boat. And we're going to need a dock for said boat. Hey, Twidget, 53-month resub. The entire rocket with fuel is $5,000. Catch it with a helicopter? Kerbal will, I mean, you need a parafoil to get it to fly quote-unquote horizontally, Geek. We don't have parafoils unless the Kerbal is involved, and I'm not putting Kerbals on this rocket. Give it folding wings and landing gear. Well, all that is extra mass for the vehicle, dude. You sure you want to do that with a rocket this small? Fellas, I think this is a good start, okay? We're not gonna, I don't think we should reuse Wonton. I think we should expend it. This is absurdly simple in KSP to make. An LVT-45 with an FLT-800 in front of it is nothing. That is nothing. But some things to consider. We want to horizontally integrate this rocket onto a launch pad or vertically integrated. I don't know. It really depends. I'd say with a rocket this small, vertical integration doesn't really make a whole lick of sense. I'd say doing something like that is not really the best idea. I'd say doing something like what Electron does. Hey, Honorby, what's up, man? 1 year. Here, let's bring this down here. There we go. Something like Electron. Would be a good idea. Electron is assembled horizontally and then moved on carts with Mecanum wheels to the launch pad where it's taken vertically. See, it's built like that. It's built on a bunch of little carts. And then they roll the rocket on said Peter Beck. They roll the rocket on said carts out to the launch pad, and the transporter erector grabs the thing. Yeah, see, there they are rolling. They're rolling the rocket out there. The transporter erector, see, they can roll it underneath. Right? The TE will pick it up and then they'll, turn it upright. See, there's it fully loaded. See the 2 rails down at the bottom? So this picture is coming from Stephen Clark, or no, that's a Rocket Lab picture from a Stephen Clark article. Good stuff. So see these 2 rails? They roll the thing in the carts down in here, right? And then there's mechanisms to lift it up, attach the hold down points, right? And then basically clamp that second stage into position. We got to think about this. Where's this rocket going to be picked up from? How do we put it together? How do we put it on the launch pad? All that stuff's pretty dang important for getting this all right. Especially with how Kerbal likes to dock things together, it really doesn't like it. So, adding all that paraphernalia to allow this thing to be horizontally integrated is kind of a big deal. Now, I would say, well, let me put it to you like this. I've tried horizontal integration in KSP before. The last time I did it, it was a little bit difficult. Wait for it. I've tried it before. It's a way to do things. Nah, your design sucks, S. Does this work better with Canard? I don't know. Yeah, I built 39A's transporter erector because I hate myself. How did you make hinges, Hurtful? They're just G11 hinges. Those don't really work too well. Oh, sorry, you have a mod? I have the Breaking Ground expansion for KSP, which adds robotic parts. With that being said, I do have a modded piece that's designed to go with these hinges. The hybrid tech stuff. Yeah, this is a fully reusable Falcon 9 Akin first stage. I called it Condor 9 because other bird. And then there's a Dragon capsule. And then up there, it's out of the it's out of here, but there's a crew access arm and stuff. And then right here is a crane. A crane in stock KSP. You had to pick the first stage up. So you'd load the first stage into the cell here, right? Pick it up, put it on the transporter erector, go over here, pick up the second stage, put it on the transporter erector, and then park the capsule up at the front, pick that up, and integrate that thing, which is tempting the Kraken, let's say. Yeah, horizontal integration is not. I'm very happy to see design streams back again. Gotta get back on the horse sometime, dude. I remember you made this before hinges. Rocket assisted Kraken tech. It worked. Ordon-ish. Oh, we don't have Imahara in here. I don't think. Oh yeah. Here's the last one I built. There is, for the mission mode, for the last mission mode, we had this one. This is the Imahara launch vehicle. And I built essentially a copy of Rocket Lab's TE design. It worked. Are we doing full mission mode? Nope. I'm just going through design requirements and testing for a vehicle to make sure that we can still do this, Ivo. Let me put it that way. Yep. So with this pad design, you would back... now, keep in mind, we did a horizontal integration with Imahara, but with Imahara, I never integrated the first and second stage. I never stacked the vehicle on the pad. The vehicle was transported in one piece, just like it was done with Rocket Lab. Yeah, we made this right around the time Grand Imahara passed away. Guys, honestly, this isn't a bad... Imahara itself is not a bad vehicle. That vehicle performed excellent. I never had any problems with it. The only real big problem was getting the pad to work right. I think Wonton will be a new version of Imahara. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. But this is, I mean, it's basically the same design. It's the same idea. And the thing is that I'm looking at this right now and, well, shoot, man, this thing has a first stage that's twice as long. Why did I do that? Bill Gerstenmaier had an interview today about Starship Flight 10 and 11. He gets into the nitty-gritty details. Cool. Save it for Space News, my dude. How did I make this? Yeah, okay. You know what? I think we'll keep going with Wonton, but with a Wonton rocket. But yeah. Oh, dude, we can. Man. What the heck was Imahara's payload capacity? It's got to be more than a ton. Now I'm thinking. I mean, Imahara has such a long... So, guys, where I'm at is... Imahara is actually superbly tall. This is a huge launch vehicle. Comparatively to what we just... Oh, there it is. Imahara has 2-ton payload capacity. This was a pathway. This was me showing chat where we could go with the design with supplemental SRBs and changing the first stage propulsion from a single LVT-45 to 2 thuds. Those thud engines are actually pretty good first stage motors. What's pathway 2? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's pretty sick. That's pretty awesome. I don't hate that. triple engine design with 4 SRBs and a extended upper stage. Man, why didn't we do this? I think the reason was look at the extended upper stage. Oh, dude, this thing's a little workhorse. Look at this thing. Oh, I remember now. The reason why we didn't do this, guys, was because we would have to change the entire launch pad around to accommodate for that 1.8 meter stage. That's why we didn't do it. That's why we moved to LV2. I remember now. What's Pathway 3? Pathway 3 is nothing. That's just the vehicle by itself with the, yeah. LV1 suborbital. Guys, I'm fairly confident that Imahara has a much bigger payload capacity than Wonton. 9.8 to 11.6. Imahara is quite large, comparatively, dudes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, those are the ground tracking stations. Instead of a intercontinental ballistic missile, we have an intercontinental ballistic tracking station. It's a little deployable probe that you could use to make ground tracking stations. That was some of the first things we did with mission mode. I remember now. Okay. The Gerst interview went into details. Starship heat shield upgrade ties. Yeah, someone who was telling me over there in YouTube chat about this a second ago. Somebody beat you to the punch, Baron. Oh, dude, look. So when we went to do crew operations, guys, I added a crew access tower. Check this out. Want to see something neat? Obviously, wouldn't do this with the truck attached, but we made a white room with black curtains. This program was absurdly successful, guys. I never lost a Kerbal from this. Are these from a previous mission mode? Yes, Cunny. Mm-hmm. Okay, we've seen how Rocket Lab does it. Now, part of me, guys, wants to just reuse Imahara. And actually, yeah, part of me wants to just reuse Imahara, but also part of me wants to keep going with Wonton. And it looks like when I built Imahara, I built it for 2.25 ton payload capacity. I didn't build it for 1 ton payload capacity like this thing. I built it to be much bigger. I mean, it's still the same upper stage and stuff, and we could work into the design. You like them, Pierto? Yeah, pretty cool. I say keep going with this. Let's build again. I don't want to use heritage stuff. Let's make a new... I mean, the design is going to be pretty similar, but the whole point of this was to build the launch vehicle. So we might change the name of the Wonton small-stat vehicle, right? We might change the name around a little bit because Okay, here's the one thing. I'm going to change my stakeholder expectations here. Wonton was supposed to move 1 ton into space. It's very clear that I've designed a vehicle, Imahara, to start a mission mode save to move 2 tons into space, not 1 ton. Right? We could go with this and we could play it out, but I already know that that works. Right? But I'm very curious as to why I don't remember why I made that 2.25 ton payload capacity. I don't remember. It was probably a good reason. And I don't remember why I did it. Dude, we could call it Teutron. I like that. Or we could just stick with a wonton name because it sounds cool. All right. So this is going to change our expectations around if we switch it. Now, keep in mind, fellas, it's okay to change stakeholder expectations in a design. Right? It's okay to do that. But the further you are into your design, the further you get into the design phase of your rocket, we're still in the design phase. I haven't finished it. We did 1 test flight and we know it kind of works, right? The further you get down the kind of pipeline to a finished product, the further into that you change your stakeholder expectations, the worse it's going to be. And in real life, it's going to be more expensive, right? We did some pretty good analysis with this, right? But let's do some analysis right now because we don't have we're still relatively. I only launched this, guys, because I know you guys wanted to see it, to be honest with you. I wouldn't have flown this till the whole pad was built out. That's how you would do mission mode. In mission mode, you'd have to do all your damn analysis out. And good, you want to do a test flight? That's nice. Put it on the pad and fly it then. Right? So, think about that for a second. So, we could switch it to 2 ton payload capacity. Totally doable. It's most likely because a Mark 1 capsule with a service module will be around 2 tons. Yeah, Noobly. Here we go. We're back into the design phase now. If I switch this to that, let's look at our Delta V numbers. Our first stage went from having 1300 now to 1069. We still have the thrust to weight though. That's good, 1.5. That's actually too much. But we do need to add other things to the rocket now because we don't have the right amount of Delta V. What about our second stage Delta V? It was 2200. Doubling your dry mass on your second stage is going to screw your mass fraction badly. So here's what we're doing. Let's get rid of that and recalculate. 1611. Let's just confirm that those numbers are right. Take that, make sure the fuel tanks are closed out, right? And let's make it a different color so people don't get confused. That's a mass simulator that's being used as our payload, okay? So, for SRB pad, please, as end expectations. Aqualux, we could go with the 1 ton design. It's just so here's the trade-off, right? The trade-off here is that if we go with Wonton's design, and I build this out to be able to be put together on a pad, I would most likely do it like this, where you have the entire assembled vehicle integrated to the pad. I'm not opting for reuse with something this tiny. Doesn't make sense. It's 5,400 to move 1,000 kilos. It's nothing. The cost is so incrementally small. Reusing something like this does not make any sense. When we get bigger, though, it definitely does. And that, that's Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab didn't want to use electrons. They didn't want to reuse them. They're so small and they're so easy to make. Just make more of them. Now, when Rocket Lab finally did decide to go for reuse, right? What they did was build a bigger rocket and just reuse that instead of trying to do electron reuse. The margins just aren't there on reuse when you can only charge 8 million per launch. Bingo. So, you know what? For now, let's stick with our stakeholder expectations. We want to move 1 ton into space. All right? Let's stay with it. Okay? That means our analysis is good. It doesn't bring us back into the design analysis table. We got our numbers back, 1563, 2222. But this isn't everything that we're going to need, because we need to be able to put this thing onto a pad, right? So we need vehicles to hold it up. We need a vehicle to be able to hold the thing up. We need a vehicle to be able to raise it up and offer it up to the pad. That's really important, right? So how are we going to do this? Well, let's look at, if we go with this and we look at Electron, we'll just take Electron again. Where is Electron actually attached to this launch pad? Where is it attached? Look, it's pretty straightforward. You could see it. It's right in the picture. Where is it attached? Well, the 4 hold down points right there. It's attached at the bottom. Now, what's this? That's just holding it in place. That's not actually attached. It's just a holder. You can tell it's just a holder because of the pad. See the padding right there? All that's doing is keeping the rocket stack straight. All that's doing is keeping the rocket stack straight on the pad. So when you go vertical, it helps it point it straight up. Because if the only thing that you were using was the hold down points, right, to hold it in place, and you didn't have the strong back here, right? When you go to turn this rocket, the rocket's going to bend down. Nobody wants a flaccid rocket, okay? Nobody wants that. Believe me, right? So they have a clamp that holds the thing in place and keeps it nice and straight. So when they go to turn the thing upright, the rocket stays nice and straight. And then when the thing gets vertical, the rocket is pointed straight up. You'd be surprised how important that is. The rocket needs to point exactly straight up, not a little bit to the side, not that way. It needs to go that way. You know why? Because when it launches, you want it to go that way. Not that way, not that way, that way. Yeah, I know that sounds dumb, but that's really, really important. You could go the ABL path. Well, we could look at a couple of different other ways. There's Astra. There's Rocket 3. I mean, people are going to be jerks about this. Rocket 3 was actually a pretty damn cool design. So Astra's Rocket 3 was a design where all of your ground servicing equipment could fit into a shipping container. The entire launch pad fits into shipping containers. That's why this is like kind of it's like kind of all like squeezed together. You don't see that spread out like Electron stuff. Rocket 3 pointed straight up just to go sideways. Yep. The issue with Rocket 3 wasn't the rocket. It was that they didn't finish building the rocket. The thing about Rocket 3, guys, is that Astra was really trying to build rockets, and they still are to an extent with Rocket 4. They're trying to build rockets out of very low-grade materials to save on cost. They were building it with off-the-shelf materials. A lot of rockets, Starship, Falcon 9. Falcon 9 uses an aluminum lithium alloy, right? Now you can buy that, but that's a space-age alloy, right? Starship is using 304X stainless, a custom alloy of stainless steel that SpaceX made up. Right? That's not something you can go down to the hardware store and get. What a lot of people don't know is that and this is why I have a lot of respect for Astra. It's a pretty cool idea. Astra was trying to make a rocket with stuff that you can just easily get your hands on. You could build this damn thing going to any metal supply store. Any metal supply store would have the materials needed to make that. That's what was cool. Not a lot of people know this. Not a lot of people understand that this thing was made to be cheap. Not cheaply built, but it was made with more off-the-shelf, cheaper materials to get. It's way easier to get 16 gauge mild steel, right? I can go down to the hardware store and get 16 gauge mild steel. I know because I did, and I use it to fix my stupid car, right? This was made with all off-the-shelf stuff. No space age alloys, no nothing, no crazy aluminum lithium stuff, no, special blend of stainless steel or whatever. It was made with stuff you and I could go down to a Home Depot or a Lowe's or any hardware store and you could buy plate stock, and this was made with that. Not necessarily steel, they're using aluminum. Those are aluminum sheets for sure, but it's cheap. They built it to be cheap. And now think about Astra's troubles in that regard. Think about how absolutely crazy it is. I'm amazed, dude. To this day, guys, Astra is one of the only commercial contractors ever to get anything into orbit. I'm just saying. Just saying. People might not like hearing that. Astra, Rocket Lab, Northrop Grumman, SpaceX. Who else? ULA if you really want to be technical. Firefly, that's 6. Only 6 commercial launch providers have been into space. A lot of them, Northrop Grumman, ULA, those are legacy guys. Like out of the new space cadre of people, Firefly, Rocket Lab, Astra, and SpaceX. That's it. Think about that for a second. Astra did that with materials that you and I can get your hands on at the hardware store. Tony Stark built this in a cave. Pretty cool, huh? That's pretty damn impressive if I do say so myself. Oh yeah, we can rope Blue into that list too. That's right. New Glenn, am I a joke to you? Yes. What? Launch another one. Why are you booing me? I'm right. You said you were going to launch 6 times this year. You've launched once. It's September, dudes. I forgot Blue and Arianespace. Well, I forgot Blue, W, but I don't care about Arianespace. So, no, I didn't forget. I just don't care. Why are you booing me? I'm right. You'd be right if I cared. As a European, I agree. Oh boy. Hopefully they can get something with what is it, Maya Space? Hopefully they can do something there. Please do something. I think that is pretty much everybody's sentiment at this point. Come on, stop acting like it's 2012 and Ariane 5 is the king of commercial launch vehicles. Please stop doing that. You're doing that thing again. You're doing that thing again where you think it's 2012 and Arianespace is the king of commercial launches. You're doing that thing again. Just stop doing that thing. That's not the thing anymore. Just a heads up so you can plan time-wise. The 2 links I have saved are likely quite lengthy discussion topics. Okay? Do you remember what ABL did? I do. I had a lot of viewers that worked at ABL, Aqualux. A lot of viewers that watched the stream worked at ABL. Which sucks. RS1 wasn't a bad idea, dude. It's just the, seriously, it's not a bad idea. They just had some trouble with stuff. Let's just say valves are a pain in the butt, and we'll and in some cases lack thereof, are a real big pain in the butt. And we'll leave it at that. It sucks, dude. I don't think so, 95. What happened with ABL? They were gearing up for their first test flight, supersonic, of their RS-1 rocket. It blew up on the pad. Yeah. What were the publicly known issues? It blew up on the pad. That's what's publicly known, dude. We never got more than that. We never will, which really sucks, dude. How do you feel about hybrid solid fuel liquid oxidizer approach? Space Ghost, here's the thing. I have my opinions about certain things. Like, I hate canards, right? Canards is an aerofoil element on the front of your vehicle to induce unstable aerodynamic loads on your fighter to make it more maneuverable. If you're making an air superiority fighter, that makes sense. I mean, I would argue the F-15 doesn't need to do that, and it flies better than anything, but I digress. The truth of the matter is that there's, you know, I can have my opinions, you can have your opinions on things. There's no right or wrong answer with aerospace. The right answer to a problem, the right solution to things with rockets, the right solution is the solution that helps you achieve your goals the best. So it's a very contextual thing, dude. I don't mind hybrids if it's the right use case. So like Virgin Galactic with Spaceship, that's a hybrid rocket. That's a nitrous oxide injected solid rocket booster. That's pretty damn cool. I would argue that's a little bit on the complicated side for what the vehicle's supposed to be and doesn't suit you very well in the form of reuse. Solid rocket, because the solid rocket booster that's on the Spaceship One, or Spaceship, the VSS Unity, that's what it's called, I think. I forget, dude. I'm forgetting a lot of things lately. I gotta fix that. And hopefully doing stuff like this we can remember, right? Because we rehash it, right? Having a solid rocket booster for your boosts, for the boost phase, it's a carbon composite casing, so it's one-time use, so you have to swap it out every flight. I mean, hey, Dreekov. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. Thanks for the Prime sub. Man, I was really rooting for ABL too. It sucks, dude. Yeah, 95, I know, yeah. Blue Shift has tested their hybrid engine after making refinements. Yep. Mm-hmm. ABL's done, dude. They tried to pivot into defense contracting. Didn't work. They're done, dude. Gone. Reduced to ashes. It's hopium ruin. Hopium. Anyway, so RS-1, guys, it was actually, and here's the thing. This is kind of why, you know, some of us are pretty big fans. So the RS-1 rocket is pretty cool. So if you look at that picture that no, that's Electron. Where did I pull it up or not? That's a Space News article from Jeff Faust. If you look at that, do you see a transporter erector on the side? Nope. Nothing. Ain't nothing like that. No TE. How do you feel the second stage? Think about it. Usually rockets have a tower next to them that has fuel lines to fill your second stage. It's not an SRB, it's two-stage liquid. You got some trick stuff going on here. Pretty cool, right? Through the first stage, dudes. Smart. Really smart idea. I thought that was super cool. That enabled them to not need a transporter erector. You don't need it. They just back the rocket up to this thing, right? That thing can move horizontal. You back it up to it, turn it upright, start fueling. Smart. It's fueled through the first stage. So basically when the first stage fills up, I don't know that, actually, to be honest with you, I don't know the exact details to it, but here's my guess, okay? I don't know it for sure. I was never told this. You fill up that first stage, right? When the first stage gets full, right? It looks like, see right there, there's some pipes that come out of the inner stage, right? And it just keeps filling up the second stage. That's it. There's probably a valve in here. If I had to guess, probably a valve, right? And then the vent lines on the first stage, wherever they are, probably help purge out the fueling lines here during launch. This is a very, very trick design because like every other startup, right? Like every other startup company, you're trying to reduce complexity. And like every other aerospace company, ABL also does not like valves. Valves are a real big pain in the butt, especially when you're dealing with cryogenics. When you're dealing with cold propellants, valves don't like getting cold. They really don't. We could do something like ABL. I can fuel in Kerbal with the fueling logic. You can fuel through the vehicle, guys. That's doable. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. Valves and KSP are just right-clicking on a docking port and saying enable and disable crossfeed. We could do that. Sure. Gabe Newell likes valves. That's the neat part. You don't. Yeah, right. So we have a couple of different ideas here. I like Astra's. Astra's rocket is cool. I'm serious. I don't know many people that work at Astra, but I thought that was a really good idea. And you guys got to remember, that thing can move stuff into space and it fits in a shipping container. The entire, not just the rocket, the transporter erector, and all of your support systems can fit in a shipping container. We're talking 3 shipping containers here. One shipping container has launch control. One of them has your pad stuff, so like fuel tanks and fueling paraphernalia. And the other one has the launch pad and the transporter erector in it. That makes it so you could pack up this whole dang thing, put it on a couple of trucks, and send it anywhere you want. What was Rocket 3's payload capacity? Oh, it wasn't much. Chillin'. It's like, I don't even remember. It's not a lot. It could probably put a shoebox into space, maybe. Please truck around cargo containers long distances and use Kerbal constructs to build the rocket. Well, 95, the reason why I even bring this up, right, is, well, we got a small rocket here. It's tiny. It's not a big one. I mean, you've seen Prometheus. You've seen the rockets that I've made before. I've made rockets that are the size of this damn hangar. This thing is easy to move around. We can move it anywhere we want. Now, if we back out, I do have Kerbal constructs enabled, and I have other launch pads. Or I have other flat areas to build launch pads, let's say, right? Right? We got plenty of space out here. So the reason why I'm steering us towards Astra is because it would be cool. I mean, one, I don't want to copy Imahara's pad. That was past DJ. This is the future. Let's do something different, right? 2, the original Imahara launch pad, I just put right here. I just put it right there, and we would just hit go outside of the VAB, right? I'd move it over in the VAB, hit launch, and it would drop it on the side of the launch pad right there. That's kind of cool, I guess. It's kind of neat. It's not this, though. We could make it so the entire pad could be towed around via trucks in trailers, and the rocket and everything. You go out here, set the dang pad up, bring the rocket out, fire it off. Build switchbacks to the top of the mountain behind KSC and build a pad up there. I'll take things I am not going to do for 500. I interviewed at Astra a few years ago, didn't get the job, but they were super cool. Neat, Fall. That sounds like they were trying to get ICBM contracts. Not ICBM contracts. A government agency, I think it was DARPA, wanted the ability to put anything in orbit from anywhere within 24 hours. And Astra got a lot of seed money by entering into that DARPA contract. They ultimately couldn't deliver on it and didn't make the payout. But yeah, that's what got them off the ground. They had some DARPA money behind them. As a trucker, I approve of trucking your pad. It's dinner time. All right, Bree, I'll be down in a little bit. So these are things we got to think about, guys. They're things we got to put together. You know, this is all of our stakeholder expectations. We got some pretty good expectations about the launch vehicle and how the launch vehicle works. 1 ton is pretty good. It can move 1 ton. Right? Now, we got to go through, and I really want to build out the rest of this vehicle, but in order to build it out, we got to figure out, well, where are we going to be picking it up from? How are we going to integrate it to our pad? How's that all going to go together? That's really important to understand. I mean, I have cargo planes. We could put this thing in the back of one of my cargo planes, send it to the island, and launch from the island. We could do that. Do you want to do that every time we want to put 1 ton into space? I don't want to do that. It'd be kind of cool, but that would get old very quickly. Yeah, of course, Aqualex. Yeah, no, I understand the reason why Astra did what they did. It's pretty awesome capability. My real thing is if they wanted to build something that could be easily transported around, why didn't they do something like this? Just saying. Hey, Avgas, what's up? I mean, if I was going to do something like Astra, I mean, the stakeholder expectation with Astra is that it needs to fit into a shipping container for easy transport. But also, Scuds weren't orbital. Yeah, no crap. They're not going to copy a Scud. A Scud would be like, I want to make a modern missile, so I'm going to make a V2 rocket. Look, Scuds have thrust control vanes. Thrust control vanes? Brother, what are you doing? Russia, are you crazy, man? What are you doing? Hey, Ollie, what's going on? There might be some legal reasons, yeah. Yeah, see? Cool. Isn't there like a bigger... This is gonna bring me pictures of Katyushas, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. Here's the big boy. Brother, all they did was just put a submarine tube on top of a truck. That's it. That's just a submarine tube. Holy balls, that's sick. Oh, that's one of ours. Hold up. An M139D 5-ton 6x6 missile vehicle carrying the MGR-1 Honest Johnson. What in the name of frick is that? Dude, that's a Katyusha on steroids. What the Oh, Saren. Nice. Yeah, you stay classy, dude. Holy crap. It shoots sarin gas cluster munitions? Bro, whoever designed this is a sick son of a beeswax. That's disgusting. Why would you do that? Bro, that's sarin gas canisters. What's wrong? That's like Geneva Convention violating stuff right there. That's probably a good reason why you didn't do that. In the 1960s, sarin nerve gas cluster munitions were also available, designed to be interchangeable for use with either the Honest Johnson or the MG M5 Corporal. Initially, the M79 E19R1 GB cluster warhead containing the 356 M134 bomblets for the M31 A1C Honest Johnson. That's, yep, okay. With a variable yield of up to 20 kilotons of TNT. Okay, so they did, that was just an extra thing. He could carry a conventional warhead. The rocket was originally outfitted with a W7 nuclear war. Are you guys freaking crazy? Are you freaking nuts? What's the matter with you? What? Never go full Cold War, guys. Never go full Cold War. Holy crap. Bro, a low yield nuke. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, on one hand, the Starship Trooper inside of me is like, that's freaking sick. Then on the other hand, I'm like, you guys are nuts. What the hell are you gonna do with that thing? Aside from kill anyone that's near this truck when it goes off, right? The Brontosaurus. It is kind of badass, but also, nah, nah. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Oh, look, dude, that one's a cabriolet. Holy crap. Hey, M38. All right. Yeah, M38A1. Nice. Nice. Those are cool. I like that part. That part's pretty neat. Chad, I know it's bad. I don't want the sarin thing, but I know it's bad, but also at the same time, I hate admitting that I kind of want it. That's kind of cool. Not with the nuclear part. In fact, I don't need that part. Just give me a nose cone. Right? I didn't even think of the funny wording before you posted that. Nope. You shoot a nuke down a bug hole, you get lots of dead bugs. But if you made this in Kerbal to go orbital, build it entirely off of a truck animal? Why you do this? Why you guys doing this? Why you gotta do that? Why? See, this is why I thought Astra's idea was cool, right? Like, you think I saw this weapon at the 45th Infantry Museum? The launch complex is now a truck. Okay, let's explore this for a second. I can do it. I know I can do it. How do we integrate the vehicle? How do you reuse your truck? How do you do that? I don't want to just pick the truck up and then how do you make the truck into a reusable launch pad? Would be a quick launch system. Absolutely. cranes? How? Okay, I need to look at, let's look at that, let's look at different designs. Let's explore this one. This is part of the design phase, dude. In real life rocketry, this is called a PDR, a preliminary design phase. We got a good idea about what we want to do. Now we just got to figure out how we want to do it. If we're going to build something like that, how do we do it? How do we reload this thing? I want my truck to be reusable. I don't want a one and done truck. These things, no matter how stupid it might sound, are actually, that thing is reusable. You can load it up with another missile. I'm pretty sure if the poop hit the fan, you don't really need to reuse it, but it'll probably get turned to glass very quickly. But this is the Strategic Rocket Forces MZKT 79221. 16 by 16 TEL. Holy crap. It was designed for the use of the RT-2PM2 Topol. Oh, yeah, see? Yep. Okay. Okay. It's about to get loud. Ugh! Nah, that's not. What is this? That's a Patriot missile. Patriot missiles have reusable cartridges. That's doable, but that's not really the type of thing we're looking for here, dudes. We definitely don't want to make a BM-21. That's just a Katyusha on steroids. There's the Honest Johnson launcher. If you want to make it super practical, make the trucks strong back, be able to go and pick up a rocket that you put upright on a pad and lower it to horizontal. We want a 1-ton MLRS. No, not multiple launch rocket system, or at least not multiple launch at once. Even though MLRSs are really freaking cool, that thing is super neat. I mean, as about as neat as a death thing could be. That doesn't launch though. That's a transporter truck, no doubt. Hello. Honest Johnson is your political name. There's a Maz with a Scud. Scuds are pieces of junk, though. What a crappy design. Okay, you just keep doing your thing, guys. Okay. Oh, crap, it is. That thing can absolutely turn those things upright. Yeah. Now, do we make it a semi-truck? Do we go within our, like a fifth wheel? Or do we do a 16 by 16? Do we do something like that? We can do that. I can make that happen. Now, what about fueling? We're not carrying the fuel with us. Do we have another truck to assist? I'm thinking building this out into trailers is probably a good idea. Do we have a tractor trailer combination here? Do the Organ. Look at that thing. Okay. Something like this might not be the worst idea. 16 by 16 because reasons. Support trucks with fuel and control systems. Yeah. A perishing missile launcher? I'm leaning towards 16 by 16. Why? If we use a tractor trailer design, we can have one trailer be the launch pad and another trailer be the tank farm. Just like what Astra was doing. A 16 by 16, we're gonna need another support vehicle to be the tank farm, right? You can for sure build out a system to construct the rocket into place, but if you're wanting to use it repeatedly for mission mode, being able to skip integration when you want to will help. Okay, hear me out. Why isn't a train launch platform for a rocket? That's definitely been... Christoph, that's definitely been done. North Korea does that with their missiles. Nah, it's not big enough. We need the big boy. The big boy seems to be this thing that launches that Topol. But Topol is not an ICBM. I don't think. It is. It is an ICBM. That could get into space. Interesting. Interesting. It's just on the street. Okay. You know. What the frick is... That missile silo is trying to eat that trailer. Oh, I see what they did. This is not a missile truck. That's a loading trailer. That's how they load it into the silo. I get it. Yeah, they're loading it into the tube. I get it. Interesting. There's the Minuteman. Huh. Nice. Yikes. Choo-choo train. Yeah, they're still using Minuteman 3s. Cool. Stiletto, yeah, I know. Wait for it. Yeet! Depends on the missile, zombie, but yeah, some of them do. Some scary stuff, man. That thing doesn't. That just fires its engine in the silo, dude. Dude, that's righteous. Look at that freaking thing get out of there. I think USAF would let NSF cover a Minuteman test. No, they don't really announce these tests, dude. I mean, they give you some warning, but man, that thing goes. Freaking boogies, dude. That's crazy. The Molodets. That's an RT-24. $2K11 Krug. That's not really what I want to do. Yep. Somebody was talking about not putting it in trains. Rumor has it, drives around on one of those old Soviet missile trains, that armored stuff that used to run around the country so we couldn't target him. Truth is, you don't find this guy, he finds you. Best thing I can do is point you in the direction of his competition. His competition was an ex-KGB guy. Tough mother. Got a limp on his right leg. Named Zukovsky. He's going to derail us. Bond. Only Bond. Such a good movie, dude. I love that flick. Why'd they put fire extinguishers up at the front? Pretty sure if you need that, you got bigger problems, but I don't know. What do I know? Motor PPK 7.65 millimeter. Only 3 men I know use such a gun. I believe I've killed 2 of them. Lucky me. I think not. Is that in spin tires? Trucks like that are in spin tires, yeah. For England? No, for me. Look at the early Atlas stuff. SM-65. Yeah, they had it horizontally in its bunker, in its missile silo, and they turned it upright. That was the old Atlas. That's old Atlas D stuff. That one, not a bad design, dude. Man. I'm just looking for different research here. So does EJ do rapid iteration? We haven't seen enough testing. You wouldn't do that right now with a preliminary design before established stakeholder expectations, dude. No. See, my only thing is, guys, I like the ICBM concept, or the truck concept. I think that's pretty cool. That'd enable us to basically put this thing down and put it wherever we want. I don't mind that. But my mind is thinking about this. So if we do that, that's all fine and dandy. How are we going to make a crew access arm for something like this when we inevitably go to human rate this thing? How are we going to do that? Right? We really got to think about that. So here's what I'm going to do. Our task for tomorrow or Thursday is to figure out integration pad reuse that best fits rapid turn around. Integration, pad reuse, fueling. That's our homework. You guys think about this. We will keep going with this in part 2 on Thursday. We'll keep going in part 2 on Thursday. And I'm going to take a quick break here. Brimo cooked me dinner, so I want to go get dinner. And I will be back for Space News. Plenty of good stuff to talk about for Space News today. It'll begin at the top of the hour here. Perhaps just a little bit after that. Now, keep in mind, we're going to talk about some Space News, and Space News will end with the new Centaur Lima launch that is currently targeting 8:01 Eastern Time. That's about 3.5 hours from now. And then after New Centaur Lima, we'll after New Centaur Lima, we will go to do some after hours. Probably Stationeers for after hours, I think, tonight. Gives puppers a good scratch. Oh, yeah, I will. That actually reminds me, somebody I went to the P.O. box today, and somebody sent Titan a gigantic box of milk bones and a rope for him to chew on, and I appreciate it. Titan is now traumatized by my front door, and he is not really having a good time. Yeah, my screen door got caught in the jam, and when I opened it, it made a loud bang, and now he is, like, traumatized by the stupid door. He doesn't want to go outside. Great. So, those milk bones and that rope really put him in a good mood. I'm not sure if it's the drugs or something, guys. It might be all the drugs because he has heartworms. But yeah, he's definitely not been good lately. Don't get me wrong. He's, with the exception of the heartworms, he's fine. But he's getting a lot of anxiety for a dog. So, now he's scared of the front door. So, that's great. Cosmo Quest, thank you for the raid, but you're catching me right at the tail end of Kerbal. I will be back we'll be back for part 2 of KSP on Thursday. Tomorrow we got the summer car special. The other stuff I got in the P.O. box is stuff you guys might like. I got something in the P.O. box that was quite pricey, and it rhymes with Schmannen, Schmick Schmee. It's a DSLR. It's Canon 6D Mark I. Not a bad piece of DSLR. That just showed up in my P.O. box. Thank you, ARJ. So, we have nicer cameras for the shop streams now. It came with a 50mm lens, yeah. It's a DSLR camera nails, at least I think it was. Anxiety meds for doggos, yeah. See. Anyway, so we're going to do the car tomorrow, but I will be back in about 30 minutes for Space News. I'll see you on the other side. YouTube, stand by for loss of signal as expected. If you're on Twitch, just chill here. Cosmo Quest, thank you very much for the raid. I will see you guys in a little bit.